Hello everyone, this is Suyash from Scaler. Welcome to the second module of Azure Fundamentals course. In this module, we'll be understanding everything related to what actually Azure is and the different important core services of Azure. But before we start off with the video, check out Scaler's masterclass by industry leading experts only on Scaler's event page. Link is in the description below. Now let's get started. So guys, we are going to start with our first topic, which is what is cloud computing. And I would welcome all to the Azure Fundamentals course, which is AZ900. So in this particular course, you will be understanding everything related to the basics of Azure. Okay, and what actually Azure is and how it can leverage the power of cloud computing for your business needs. Okay, so let us start with it. So guys, our first module is cloud computing. Now, let us understand what actually cloud computing is, right? So for that, I have a small basic information which I want to share to everyone. Okay. Before going on with the particular definition of what is cloud computing, first, let me go with that. So guys, I have a question for everyone, right? Now, when you want to create your own organization, for example, let's talk about a story of a startup, right? Now, I want to start my own organization. Now, or rather, let's not talk about organization. Organization is really a big thing, but let's talk about a small office if you want to start, because whenever you are going to start your own organization or whenever you're going to start your own startup, you first need an office space so that you can work there in a very peaceful manner with all the resources which you get, right? So let's take an example of a tech startup company, right? So first thing which you will be requiring for your startup or for your infrastructure is office space, right? You will be requiring an office space. So let's take that. So first, what you require is basically an infrastructure, right? Now, this infrastructure consists of your hardwares, your your desktop PCs, and all the other hardwares which you require for an office setup to be there, right? So first, I'll just mention over here. So this complete diagram which is there on your screen is basically the infrastructure, right? Now, in that infrastructure, now this is kind of your office space, and in that office space you are having multiple systems. Like I'll just add as PCs. Okay, so I'll add the PCs over here, and I'll add some more of it because you will be requiring more so that your co-workers can work together. And here it is. Right. So basically, these are all the different type of PCs which you require. And then what you require is kind of the systems which is there. And then maybe you want an electricity supply, right? So I'm adding an electricity supply over here. Since I am adding it just on the interface of your infrastructure and the outside environment. So I'm adding the electricity part here. You will be requiring a continuous supply of electricity, that's for sure. So that your organization and your PCs can run smoothly. And then what else you require? You require some servers, right? You require some servers as well, so that all these PCs which you have can get connected to a certain body or a certain part, right? So I'm keeping some servers here. Okay. Now, next what you have is basically some resources, right? Now, those resources will be a networking resources because you need to connect all these PCs together. So let me add some connections with this, right? Some connections. So I'm connecting all of these together. Okay. And then what more? You need to connect all of these to the server as well, right? To the server as well. Now, this server is basically your part of where, all the connections are occurring, all the transferring of data is occurring. But one more thing which you will be requiring is a database. And all of these things which I'm talking is completely towards the physical level and not something which is related to an internet or contacting the World Wide Web, but just your own physical infrastructure. Okay. So this is the database which is there, and this database is also connected with your PCs, right? And again, the database is also connected to the server as well. Okay. So here are the PCs, and here is everything which is there. And also you will be requiring internet access. Okay. So that, I mean, we are right now in the 21st century. So you all know internet is not something which is a luxury. It's a necessity, right? So internet supply is also there. And yeah, so this is your complete infrastructure. Okay. Now, what if I tell you that this whole infrastructure, each and everything, is something which you can get on just one click, right? On just one click, and it's completely based on demand resource. If you require, you need it. If you don't require, you can just scrap it out, right? So this is something which is known as cloud computing. So basically all of your infrastructure, all of your resources which you require, from database, storage, network, security, and one more point which is there is maintenance as well, right? You need to maintain the whole infrastructure, right? So all of this infrastructure which you have on the screen needs some people to maintain it, right? You also need people to you also need to hire people so that they can use these resources to make something out of it, right? But majorly what you will be requiring is the maintenance side as well, because the servers require maintenance, the database require maintenance. We need to keep a security as well. You need a security guard to guard all of these resources, because it's not cheap, right? It's not cheap. You need to have something or someone to guard all of these things, right? Security is also added. So all of these things from, let me just write it over here so that it's easy for everyone. So what we require infrastructure, right? Now that infrastructure consists of hardware resources. Okay. Next, what we require is, let me make this more big. Okay. So next, what we require is resources. Now these resources consist of networking, we have storage, right? So yeah, etc. So just these major resources which you require. And what else you require is people. Yeah, people. You need to hire people for working in your organization, right? You require security as well, because as I said, the whole infrastructure is pretty costly, right? So you need security as well to guard all of these things, right? So security is there. What else will be there? Maintenance. Yes, it's not that you, when you're done with all of these things, and when everything is set up, you're done with it, right? You need to maintain it as well. Okay, because it's something which is technology, right? And you need to maintain it, right? So this is there. And what else? We have servers, database, and all the miscellaneous things which you require for a tech startup, right? Now, what I am suggesting over here, what if everything, all of these things is available on just one click? And by one click, I mean cloud computing. Okay. All of the resources from infrastructure, networking, storage, database, servers, security, and people to even manage it, right? So everything is available on cloud. Okay, and by cloud, I don't mean the natural cloud which you see. Okay, this is something, cloud is referred over here as internet. Okay, so everything is available on internet, and it is provided by different cloud providers. Okay, now over here there are various cloud providers also which is there. Some of them I'm mentioning it over here. So the number one which I would say is AWS. We have AWS. AWS is Amazon Web Services. Okay, it's one of the oldest and one of the most popular cloud provider available till today. Okay, then we have Azure, which we are gonna learn about. And Azure is basically by Microsoft. Further, we have GCP. Now, GCP is Google Cloud Provider, which is maintained by Google. Then we have IBM, we have Alibaba Cloud, Okay, we have Rackspace. What else? We have SAP as well. SAP and Salesforce. They all have their own cloud environment, right? So all of these are there, but the major three cloud providers which we have is AWS, Azure, and GCP. Okay, one of the most popular cloud providing services in the world. Okay, fine. So these all are it. And now, yeah, so what I was talking about is all of these infrastructure is available on cloud, right? So now let us understand with the proper definition. I hope you got an idea about what cloud computing is, but let us understand in a more technical manner. Okay. So guys, so what actually cloud computing is? Cloud computing is basically a technology that enables users to access and use computing resources such as servers, storage, and applications over the internet. Okay. Now by over the internet, I mean is something, it's not that the cloud computing is happening just on the internet, right? Internet is something which is kind of virtual and abstract, right? There is no physical internet which you can touch and which you can feel, right? So internet is something which is abstract, right? Now cloud computing over here means the data centers which is available by AWS, by Azure, right? All these data centers are available in different parts of the world, okay? And you can access everything via the internet, okay? So in short, in one line, if I would say, then cloud computing is basically an on-demand delivery of different IT resources over the internet, thus enabling faster innovations, quite economical as well, and and it allows very flexible resources. Okay. So this is a one-liner definition of cloud computing. So even if in your interviews you're asked what actually cloud computing is, so you can say just this line, which is on-demand delivery of different IT resources over the internet, enabling faster innovations, flexible resources, and economies of scale. Okay, right. So furthermore, what we have is you can see over here, instead of owning and maintaining a physical hardware, users can leverage remote servers hosted in data centers to store data, run applications, and perform various computing tasks. Okay, now let's understand all of these things in a more advanced manner. Okay, so guys, as we have seen just a few minutes back, this whole infrastructure you have seen, right? This is something which will take a lot of cost to anyone who is going to start a new tech startup, right? So as you are going to start your own startup, it's not advisable that you run out of all your money and you spend everything on just the infrastructure. You need to keep some money for marketing, you need to keep some money for sales, you need to keep some money for the product side as well. Okay, so you have to keep money for different verticals, right? So what if I tell you that you can use cloud computing for your work and everything will be on a pay as you go model? Okay, now what does pay as you go model means here? Pay as you go means you're only paying for whatever resources you are using, and whenever you're done with the resources, there won't be any more charging. Okay, so guys, if this particular definition is very technical for you, let me make you understand in a very niche and easy manner. Okay, so for that I have created something for you. Okay, so I don't know how many of you know about this particular software which you can see on your screen. So there is a particular software for all the video editing tasks, okay, and video editing as well as audio editing tasks, which is there. The software's name is Adobe Premiere Pro. Okay, now Premiere Pro is basically a kind of a software where you require a huge bandwidth of CPU and RAM. Okay, even you require GPU, which is graphics processing unit, right? Now, before I start on with this, let us first check the specifications of Adobe Premiere Pro. So let me go with that, Adobe Premiere Pro system requirements. And let's go to the official documentation of Adobe. Okay, yeah. So I'm right now showing you the system requirements for Windows. Okay, so by that also you can understand how this works. Okay. Okay, so as you can see, the minimum and the recommended memory is provided for Premiere Pro. Okay, now in this, if you see the memory which is required, which is the minimum memory, is 8 GB of RAM. Okay, but the recommended memory is 16 GB RAM for HD media and 32 GB RAM for 4K resolution or maybe a higher resolution. Okay, why this is happening? Because it's a very heavy software and you need to deal with a lot of videos and audios, everything which is of a very which takes a huge memory, right? And video itself is something which will take a higher memory. That's why Adobe Premiere Pro has provided 16 GB of RAM as recommended memory. Now, what if you are working on a certain project? Okay, you're working on a certain project and you have a system which is only of 8 GB RAM, right? But Premiere Pro recommendation is 16 GB RAM, right? Now, this is just a single project. There might be more projects, there might not be more projects. Okay, so now what happens? Since you're having only 16 GB RAM, which is you're having only 8 GB RAM which is available, right? Now, with the use of this 8 GB RAM, you can't leverage the 16 GB RAM software. Okay, so over here, it won't be feasible that you again and again buy a complete new system for just a small project, right? For this, what you can do is you can use Azure or maybe AWS or GCP for your computational power. Okay, you can easily create your own virtual machine and you can create everything which is related to the Premiere Pro on that virtual machine. Okay, and you need to pay for only the time when you have used that virtual machine. For the rest of the time, you can, I mean, you can delete the instance or you can delete your computational resource and there you're done with your work, right? So in this particular in this particular course, you will be learning about what actually virtual machines are and how you can use it to create your own computational power. Okay, so let us understand more about it, right? So before that, guys, why I am so much focusing about cloud computing? So I want to tell you all about the complete advantages of cloud computing. Okay, so for that, I'll just add the advantages of cloud computing, and there are various advantages. So let us talk about it. Okay, wait, let me add it somewhere here. Okay, yeah. So I'm just listing all the advantages here. Okay, and later on we'll be going on all these different advantages one by one. Okay, so let me just add it. Yeah, so I'm just mentioning all the advantages right now and then we'll learn about each and every advantages. So first is high availability. Okay, and second we have scalability. Third we have agility. Then we have global reach. After that we have elasticity. We'll be learning on each and every topics one by one, so don't worry. Then we have fault tolerance. Later we have next we have customer latency. Then we have predictive cost analysis. And at last we have security. Okay, so let me just check whether we have missed out anything or not. High availability, scalability, agility, global reach, elasticity, fault tolerance. Yeah, okay. Let me make the font more big for you. So guys, first we'll be understanding about high availability. Okay. Right. Now, what does high availability means over here? Okay. So let's take the same example what we were previously using, creating our own tech startup, right? Now, if I'm creating my own tech startup, first thing which I'll be requiring is unlimited supply of resources. Right now, by unlimited supply of resources, it doesn't mean that everything is there forever, right? But in such a way, since I am creating a tech product, this product should be available to my customers at any point of their time, right? At any day, at any point of the time, whenever they require, right? So for that, I want all my resources to be running every single time, whether it's day, whether it's night, whether it's a holiday, or whatever it is. Okay, since an efficient product is something which can work at any particular time, and from it can be accessed from any place, that's why high availability is very important. Okay, now, so if you use a cloud vendor just like Azure or AWS, okay, if I use a cloud vendor like AWS or Azure or GCP, let me add that as well. Okay, you can access it at any particular time. Okay, you can access it at any particular time, which means it's available for you 24/7 into 365. Okay, this particular service is available for you throughout the time, right? And it can be accessible only because of all of these cloud providing services. Okay, so number one is high availability, right? Then we'll be talking about scalability. If you're having any doubts related to any particular topic as well, you can definitely put down in the comment section and we'll be happy to answer this. Okay, so I hope you got about high availability, right? It simply means that all the resources should be available to me at any given point of time. Okay, there should be no latency, there should be no there should be no power cuts, or there shouldn't be any particular time where the website crashes down just because the servers are not working. Okay, that should not happen. So that's why high availability is one of the factors. Next, we have scalability. So scalability over here, let us understand with the small examples. Suppose I have 4 VMs. So guys, what VMs are, it's basically virtual machines. Okay, now a more detailed version of virtual machines you will get to know later. Okay, for now, just consider virtual machines as your own PCs. Okay, PCs or your own computers, right? So 4 VMs is basically 4 different PCs which I want. Okay, so 1 VM, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so there are 4 VMs which I require. I require 1 storage capacity as well. Okay, which I am mentioning as 1 database. Okay, 1 database also I require, and let's take 1 small server, or rather database is fine. Okay, so database is fine. 1 hub or a switch. Okay, so those who don't know about hub or switch, it's basically a device which helps in your connection of all the different devices and network services. You don't want to go more detail about hub and switch over here, it's not required, but I'm just giving you an idea about how this works. Okay, so you want 1 hub or switch, right? Now this particular requirement is basically right now because you have just started your startup, right? You have just started your company, and you eventually you are going to start with a less amount of resources, right? Because later on, with as the company grows and as you get profitable, then you tend to buy more machines and more resources, and that's the later part. But right now you require 4 VMs, 1 database, and 1 hub or switch, right? So later on, maybe when the company grows after 5-10 years or whatever it is, right? When the company grows, you require more number of VMs, you require more number of database also, because your customer base will also increase, right? And you will also add more features to your site as well. So because of that you will be requiring more number of VMs, right? But now your complete infrastructure or your complete application should be in such a way that it can easily accommodate more number of VMs, right? Now if you are working on a physical environment, then what will happen? If you're working on a physical environment, then eventually you need to add more VMs, and then you need to configure as well. You need to increase the storage space, you need to increase the server space. Now everything is very in a very haphazard manner, and you need to do it right at that time because your customers can't wait, right? So that's why for this, scalability is very important. Okay, scalability is very important. Now, to make your system scalable, what AWS or other cloud providers do, they are having very high scalable solutions where they can either do horizontal or vertical scaling, which will help them to increase the number of servers, increase the number of machines on an on-demand basis. Okay, so that's what makes it highly scalable. And then what we have is global reach. Okay, let's talk about agility. So guys, agility over here means is that whatever the resources are, all of the resources should be accommodated according to me and should be configured according to what I want. For example, let's take an example over here. For a certain kind of project, I require a 32 GB RAM. Okay, and for a certain kind of project, I require only 16 GB RAM. But both of those projects are completely different, and you can't accommodate everything in one place, right? So now one configuration I require, which is of 16, one configuration I require of 32 GB, which are poles apart. Whatever the projects are completely different, and whatever the codes and whatever the testing methods are, those are completely different, and you don't want them to merge together. So you can easily configure one particular VM according to your wish, and you can easily configure another VM according to your requirement. That's what agility is. Okay, so all the resources should be configured according to users requirement. Okay, so I hope you got to understand what actually agility means, right? Next, what we have is global reach. So let's talk about global reach. Okay, so guys, global reach over here, what does that actually means? Now, considering me, if I want to start my own tech startup, I would really want to, at start, I would definitely take it to only the country. So suppose, right, so right now I'm living in India, so I want all my customer base to be in India itself. But later on, when I'll see that the profitables are going good, and if I want to increase my customer base to international waters, I should have the ability to do that, right? So that is what global reach means. Okay, it means that it should be available to any part of the world, right? So guys, global reach, as I told over here, it's basically how you can scale your organizations and how you can scale your capabilities to international waters, right? So guys, global reach, it's only related to internet availability. Okay, if you have internet and you have a continuous amount of internet with a good bandwidth as well, then eventually you can access anything from anywhere, right? So that is what cloud computing is also required for. And that is why all of these cloud providers have different data centers to all part of the world. Okay, now I'll show you how Azure global reach is also there, and how Azure's different availability zones are available in the whole world, and we have a map as well for that. So I'll show you on in the later part. Okay, so I hope you got how global reach is important. And one more factor why global reach is important: to ensure lower latency. Okay, so suppose I am right now working in Bangalore. Okay, now if I want to access my application, then if I want to access my application, if the data is available in the nearest region, for example, if I consider Azure's availability zone, then one of them is available in Hyderabad. Right now, Hyderabad or Chennai, I'm not sure. It's Chennai, I guess. So yeah, it's available in Chennai, and from there, if I access anything, then it will be happening in a very faster manner. But for example, if I want to access, if there is no availability zone in Chennai, and maybe the availability zone is somewhere in Europe or somewhere in USA, right? Now, there the latency can happen. Okay, there the latency will happen, right? So that's why global reach is also important. Okay, but with the use of cloud providers, you can neglect everything. Okay, so this is about global reach, and then what we have elasticity. Yeah. So guys, what actually elasticity means? Let's take an example of an e-commerce website, right? Now, you must have seen those great Indian sale and big billion days which are happening on different e-commerce websites like Flipkart and Amazon, right? So guys, considering elasticity, it simply means that during the time when there is huge traffic on your websites, right? So guys, elasticity over here means that provisioning and deprovisioning of resources according to your need. Okay, so let me first write that. Provisioning and deprovisioning resources according to your needs. Okay, now this works similarly when if you have seen the time where all these great Indian sale and big billion days happen. So during that time, since there are a lot of users entering into Flipkart and Amazon's website, so both of them need to manage everything in a very seamless manner so that the website doesn't crash, right? Now during those times, the what they do actually is basically provisioning and deprovisioning of all the resources according to the scalability of the user base. Okay, so this is what actually elasticity means, and elasticity is one of the major factors why people go for cloud computing. Okay, next what we have is fault tolerance. Okay, so guys, let's understand fault tolerance in a small diagram. Okay, so guys, remember I was saying about a particular data center in Chennai. Okay, so let me mention that, right? One data center is in Chennai. Let's take an example. One data center is in Bangalore. Okay, right? Now, all of these data centers are interconnected to each other from all the part of the world. Okay. Now, what actually happens? So this Chennai and Bangalore data centers are connected to each other, right? Now, let's take an example for, so Chennai is placed at a very coastal region, right? Now, uh, it's a very disaster prone area also, because tsunamis or floods can happen since it's present in a very coastal area, right? Now let's take an example. If the Chennai data center gets compromised, okay, due to some disaster, right, you're having your own data which is available in the Chennai data center. Now if this thing happens, if anytime this particular disaster happens, then what happens in the case of Azure? Azure will transfer all the data in the Chennai data center to the nearest location. If in this case it's Bangalore, then it will transfer all the data to the Bangalore data center, so that the Chennai data center, so that your data which is present in the Chennai data center doesn't get compromised. Okay, so this complete method is known as fault tolerance, and all of these things happen automatically. The cloud provider is responsible for your data so that your data doesn't get damaged due to any kind of disaster. Okay, so this is what actually fault tolerance means. Next we have customer latency. So guys, customer latency and global reach is almost same. Okay, as I said that if any particular audience of a, or if any particular user is maybe trying to access your application from a very remote part of the world, so there should be no latency issues occurring just because of the distance factor, right? So this is what actually customer latency means. And next we have is predictive cost analysis. Yes, so guys, as I said earlier as well, uh, so all the cloud providers have an estimated cost explorer or cost calculator and you can use it to calculate the cost for any particular resource running for any required time. Okay, so for example, if you want a certain just like we were talking about the 16 GB RAM and the 8 GB RAM versions, right? So if you want a virtual machine to be working for maybe 2 hours or 3 hours, right, and the provisioning of the resource is 16 GB RAM, right? So Azure will provide you an estimated cost, how much it will take for maybe running that machine for an hour, for maybe 2 hours, or maybe even a day or a week, right? So that you get an idea about what particular amount you have to pay to the cloud providers. Okay, so this is also one of the major advantage of cloud computing providers like Azure. Okay, and at last, we have security, which is one of the major factor. So guys, security over here means, so guys, there are different type of security in case of any cloud computing provider. Okay, one is the security provided by Azure. Okay, sorry. And another is the security which you need to configure, okay, for your resources. It's kind of a shared responsibility between the user as well as Azure or any other cloud provider. Okay, so we'll know about the shared responsibility model of Azure as well in the later stages of this lecture. Okay, so guys, we have covered all the advantages of cloud computing. Okay, we have covered high availability, scalability, agility, global reach, elasticity, fault tolerance, customer latency, predictive cost analysis, and security. Okay, these are like, I mean, there are more advantages, but these are some of the major and the fundamental ones. Okay, one disadvantage, if you think, what can be the major disadvantage of these cloud computing providers, right? So there should be a continuous supply of internet. Okay, if the internet goes down, or maybe if the internet latency issues are there, then it might affect, because that is something which is not in the hands of any cloud computing provider. It's something between the user and their internet service provider. Okay, so this is one of the major disadvantage, right? Okay, so guys, I hope you got an idea about all the advantages of Azure. Now let's move further. So guys, next we have something which is known as OpEx and CapEx. Okay, now OpEx is basically operational expense and CapEx is basically capital expenditure. Okay, now what actually OpEx and CapEx over here means is that, so there is two different costs when you are running your own physical environment, right? So one is operational expense and another is capital expenditure. So operational expense is basically the number of resources which you are using. Okay, and capital expenditure is basically the kind of subscription which you are using, or maybe considering a traditional method, then the physical server which you have got, right? So upfront spending money on physical infrastructure is the capital expenditure here, right? And cost have a value which reduces over time. So this also is that, because when you have more user base, when you have more number of features which you want to add, then you have to increase the physical infrastructure as well. Okay, so with considering operational expense, we have the pay as you go model, and bill is generated immediately and there is no depreciation. Okay, now operational expense is related to the cloud. Okay, and capital expenditure is related to the traditional methods, or you can call it as the physical infrastructure which you are spending, right? So this is operational expense over here. So first, as you see, it's a pay-as-you-go model, which I have told earlier as well. Then bill is generated immediately. So whenever you are done with the resource, you can immediately check how much the amount has been costed for you, and you can get an idea that this much is the amount, and you can even add an alarm to it as well, that this is the complete cap which you want to keep. So if you want to keep like around 15 rupees or maybe 20 rupees for a particular resource, you can do that. You can even add more to it, right? Then there is no depreciation. Okay, so guys, depreciation is something which is very important to you, for you all to understand. uh, let's again understand it with an example. uh, so let's take an example. Suppose you take a laptop. Right now I'm using a MacBook. Okay, and this particular laptop, for example, it costed me like 80,000. Okay, let's take an example. If it costed me 80,000, if this particular laptop I will be selling it after maybe 5 or 6 years, then I won't be getting back the exact 80,000 amount. Okay, because that will add the depreciated value to it. So maybe I can sell it at around like what, 30-40K or maybe even less, right? So considering cloud computing, there is no depreciation. Okay, with this space of technology, you also know that there will be different versions of MacBook, right? There will be more better versions of the MacBook, right? Considering cloud as well, there will be more better versions of the computing powers, right? But you don't have to think about any depreciation cost of it, right? The cost will be same which was there 5 years back, and the cost will be same which is there later on. There might be some minor changes, but not very varied change. Okay, Azure and any other cloud computing providers cannot make a very vast change in their pricing models. Okay, there will be minimum changes, but you will always be announced with it beforehand. Okay, so that you can, if you want maybe to not opt for it, you can, I mean, you can opt it out from it, or maybe unsubscribe it, whatever it is, right? So this is one of the major point of the operational expense in cloud computing. Okay, yes. So guys, next we will be understanding the shared responsibility model in cloud computing. Okay. Now, this image, as you can see in your device, I mean, on your screen, um, this image is by Azure itself. Okay. And you can see there are different type of models which is there. So there is one SaaS, PaaS, IaaS, and on-prem as well. We'll know about it later. Okay. So guys, as I told you earlier regarding the security part of cloud, uh, there is basically a shared responsibility model, which means that some things you need to take care of yourself, and some things the cloud computing, I mean the cloud service providers, they will have to take care. So let us first understand the definition of shared responsibility model. So the shared responsibility model in cloud computing is a framework that outlines the division of security responsibilities between a cloud service provider and its customers. It's a collaborative effort to ensure the overall security of the cloud environment. Okay, let us understand with an example again. So guys, by this shared responsibility model, don't get very astonished that why I have to take care of security. I mean, I'm paying for the cloud to secure my data, right? But then why I should take care? So let me help you understand about it. So let's go here. Okay, right. So guys, see this. Okay. Now suppose you have a flat of your own. Okay. This is a building, right? And then there are multiple flats which is there in this particular building. Okay. So let me create it. So guys, these are the different flats. Okay. And this is your building which is there, right? Now, the what the building owner will do is, or maybe the so if this is a cooperative society, then the society members, or maybe the owner, or maybe the secretary, what they will do, they might provide you a security guard. Okay, for maybe just checking on whoever enters, right? There should be no thieves who should be entering into it, right? So those things will be taken care by this security guard. Okay, So I'm naming it as SG. SG is basically the security guard, right? Now, the work of this security guard, and this security guard is assigned by the building owner. Okay, this security guard is assigned by the building owner, right? Now the security guard's work will be to just check whoever is entering the building or not, right? Maybe just keep a track of the visitors, of unexpected visitors. Okay, and maybe just keeping an overall discipline around the area, right? That's the job of the security guard. But will you, whenever you go out of your flats, or maybe whenever you go out of your home, will you be keeping it in such a way that the security guard will be responsible for your own home, right? If any intruder or if any thief enters your house, will the security guard be responsible completely for that? No, that security guard will not be completely responsible. Some of it, so part of it might be, but not completely. Okay, so that's why your responsibility is to maybe add some extra security features to your home, maybe by adding locks to it, right? Maybe by, I mean, keeping your valuables safe, keeping a locker inside your home or something like that, right? So that is your responsibility. Okay, similarly, the same action happens in cloud as well. So the building owner is the CSP or Azure. Okay, the different cloud computing cloud service providers, and or maybe Azure itself, right? Now Azure will appoint a security guard. Okay, Azure will appoint a security guard to maybe check on whatever things are happening inside the building, right? But you need to make sure that your home or your valuables are safe, right? So that case, you can add your own security features as well. Okay, you can add your own security features. So this is something which is the major difference between, I mean, major understanding of shared responsibility model in cloud. Yeah. Okay, shared responsibility model in cloud. Let me make it. Yeah. Okay, so I hope with this analogy you can understand what actually cloud computing, and I mean what actually security means in cloud computing, right? Let us understand more in a more detailed manner. Also, guys, this I mean the IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS, will understand it in the later part of the video. Okay, so don't worry about that. Okay, so guys, so considering the shared responsibility model in Azure, Microsoft's responsibilities will be to take care of the security of the physical infrastructure, networking, and virtual infrastructure. Okay, so considering the physical infrastructure, Microsoft is responsible for the physical security of the data centers, including the buildings, servers, networking equipments, and so on, right? Considering networking, so Azure will be responsible, and Azure will basically manage the networking infrastructure that connects the different data centers, ensuring the availability and the reliability of Azure resources. Okay. And considering the virtualization infrastructure, so Microsoft is again responsible for the virtualization layer, which basically is the abstract of the physical hardware and allows multiple virtual machines to run on that physical layer. Okay, so this is what actually will be the responsibility of Microsoft. Okay, considering the responsibility of users, first will be configuration management. So if you want to maybe add a certain configuration to a particular resource, okay, that will be completely your responsibility. Okay, so maybe if you want a 16 GB RAM of CPU, right, and I mean, sorry, 16 GB RAM, and maybe a quad core or a octa core processor, right? So that will be your department to manage. Okay, data encryption will be also part of your way to manage, although Azure will provide you the methods for encrypting that data. Okay, but it will be your responsibility to enable that data encryption. Okay, then identity and access management is also part of your responsibility. Considering identity and access management, it also works in a shared manner itself. Okay, if you want to provide access to a certain resources, you can provide it yourself, but some of them can be taken care by Microsoft itself. Okay, so these are the shared responsibility. So data, it's taken care by Microsoft, and Microsoft is responsible for the security of Azure's platform, but customers are responsible for the data that they add. Okay, so maybe if they want to provide the access of read only, okay, maybe read only or write only access to certain group of people, so that will be taken care by the customers itself. Okay, and considering the operating system, so Microsoft basically manages and secures the infrastructure, but customers have to manage the operating system, I mean manage the security of the operating system. So maybe adding a password or maybe a multi-factor authentication, that would work, that needs to be added by the customers itself. Okay, and then the applications, of course, applications part also needs to be taken care by Azure as well as Microsoft. So customers are responsible for the security of the applications, but Microsoft needs to manage whether there should be no outage in the applications. Okay, or maybe there should be no any external attack by hackers on that application, so that needs to be taken care by Microsoft. So guys, we are done with the shared responsibility model in Azure. Okay, right. So before understanding the types of cloud, I have something for everyone. Okay, I'll show you a virtual tour of the data center of Azure. Okay, so let's go with that. So guys, let me take you to the virtual tour of an Azure data center. And so basically Azure has provided a virtual reality tour of data center which is present. So let me show it to you. So which is this one. You guys also can check it out on your own. Okay, the link of the site is datacenters.microsoft.com, and you can, yeah, even by this also you can get to know. Okay, so guys, first let me take you to this particular journey where you will be understanding what are the different regional zones or maybe availability zones which is there. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so guys, this is the complete world map, and the blue dots, the white dots, the yellow, the purple dots, whatever you can see over here are the different data centers or maybe are the different infrastructures by Azure. Okay, so and all of these things, one more thing which I want to show you all, let me just zoom it in. Okay, so guys, you can see these lines which is there, and there are some random animations which is going on. So what are these actually? These are basically the connecting lines. Okay, these are basically the connecting lines, or maybe you can also take it as the underwater pipelines to transfer data. Okay, why this is there? So till now, even in this current scenario, physical data transfer is much more faster than the transfer of data through internet. Anytime it will be the fastest medium of transporting data. Okay, although there have been innovations, but till now this is the most reliable and most fastest method of transferring data, which is physical transfer. Okay, and this physical transfer can happen only through mediums, which is like optical fiber cables and the Ethernet cables, right? But in this case there are pipelines or maybe connecting lines which is present right in the seabed of these. Okay, so here are the different regions. Now let's consider the Indian subcontinent. Okay, so we have one in South India. As I said, the region is Chennai. Okay, year opened is 2015, and you can see the different products. Disaster recovery is also there. Okay, and there are some more technical scenarios which is there. Okay, Next, where we have is somewhere in central India. So as I said, the in the central India, you can see there's Pune. Okay, year opened again 2015, and here are the different products as well, which is mentioned. You can just check these all things. Then we have something which is India South Central. Okay, and this is the region with availability zones. Now, what does availability zones over here means is that so white is basically something where the region, like I mean it's under development, or maybe it's in under construction mode. Okay, so in Hyderabad, one region have been announced and they are working on the building of it. Okay, so what are these small blue locations which are there? So these are network POPs, which means that it is basically connecting to different regions. Okay, so one is in Nagpur, one is in Delhi, one is in Jamnagar, and so this is not, this is part of Sri Lanka. Okay, so all of these connecting endpoints which is there, it's basically used for transferring of data. Okay, so it's kind of hubs which are present all over the country, and these are basically used for enhancing the data transfer and decreasing the repeat and decreasing the latency. Okay, so as you can see, also one more thing, guys, if you can observe the different data centers, one common thing you will find it. Okay, it's very fascinating to understand all of these, the placement of these data centers. And if by now you get, you understand what is the common thing between all of these availability zones. Okay, mention it down in the comments. But the most common thing which is there is most of these availability zones are present in the coastal regions. Okay, why coastal regions? Just because of the connectivity. Since there are underground pipelines which is present in the ocean bed. Okay, that's why, that is the reason why the connectivity is faster, and that's why the data centers are also present in the coastal regions itself. The another factor which adds up to this is basically, so since it's in the coastal regions, the temperature is kind of maintained. Okay, because of the, I mean, because of the sea part, right? So that's why the temperature is somewhat maintained. Okay, and also the latency issues are also taken care, right? So this is also there. Okay, and you can see the different regions where there are. In Africa we have at, yeah, Johannesburg. Okay, in Europe there are multiple regions, because there are various countries inhabited in Europe. Okay, so we have the West Europe region, which is Netherlands, we have France, we have Switzerland, we have Italy, and there are many upcoming regions as well. Okay, we have Ireland, right? And also, guys, there is these wind farms as well, which are basically, you can see over here, Microsoft signed a 15-year power purchase agreement for a 37 megawatt wind project in country Kerry, Ireland. Okay, so again, a sustainable way, right? A sustainable way to get resources. So India is done. Then there are other parts as well. Okay, we have Tokyo, we have, there must be one in Hong Kong, there must be one in Singapore as well. Okay, also, guys, one more thing, one kind of fact which I want to tell you. So Singapore region is one of the costliest region in any cloud computing providers. Okay, sorry, cloud service providers. Okay, in any cloud service providers, Singapore region is one of the costliest region. Why that is there? Have you guys ever heard about any natural disaster occurring in Singapore? So it's the country Singapore is basically situated at such a region where there are not a lot of natural hazards occurring over there. Okay, so that's why your data is very much protected at the Singapore region. Okay, and that's why the cost is also high, right? But again, the part of the Singapore region is one of the costliest one, and since it's a very I mean, there are usually less disasters or less natural disasters occurring in the Singapore region. Okay, yeah. So I hope you get an idea about how this thing works. Now let us go into more detail about the Azure Data Center. So let's go to this option, which is take a tour and virtual Microsoft Data Center. So let this get loading. So guys, this is basically uh, the data center map. Okay, a very miniature kind of data center map, right? So there are different regions which is there. So this is basically the power source where the solar power panels are there. Then there are windmills again for moving towards the sustainable part of energy resource. Okay, then there is a part where all the servers are present, right? And this is also kind of a place where the water coolant is there. So for example, if a natural hazard occurs or maybe if a fire occurs, then they have their own coolant system as well. And also this coolant system is used for the maintenance of the servers as well. Okay, so guys, let's get inside the lobby, and also let's understand how all of these data centers and everything is working on. So we are entering the lobby right now. Okay, so let's explore the lobby first. So guys, if you will be entering the Microsoft data center, then it will look somewhat like this. There is a reception, then there is the operations room. So this is a place where all the visitors can sit. Okay, again the same place, and yeah, so I'm pretty decent. Let's understand the security side of it, because when you are entering the data center, it's not easy to enter, right? I mean, the security is there. So let's check the security side. Okay, so guys, security is really fundamental to every aspect of Microsoft's global data centers. Access controls, numerous physical and digital security controls which regulate the access to all of the data centers. So as you can see behind as well, it looks somewhat similar to this design. Okay, so with this you can understand, there are access controls as well, and there are people who are monitoring each and every part of your data center. Okay, then we have monitored campus. So data center grounds are protected by perimeter fences, security cameras, and vehicle checkpoints that are monitored 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, right? And biometric entry. So there are multi-factor biometric entry points and full body metal detectors. Monitored infrastructure, so it's monitored by state of the art fire suppression systems and constant hardware monitoring, right? Then hardware recycling is also a part of it. Recycles decommissioned servers and other equipment on site in circular centers. So if any server is maybe not working, or maybe they are decommissioned, then they have to destroy it, right? Because it can't fall into wrong hands, right? So cyber defense, Microsoft cyber defense operations tirelessly combat all attacks in real time. Cloud security, Microsoft never stops evolving cutting edge security measures to safeguard against the challenges of today and tomorrow, right? Now let us enter the operations room right now. Okay, let us enter to the operations room. So guys, this operation room is basically kind of a terminal where all of the all of the data center can be managed through one particular room, right? So you can see over here, this is the data center, and this is the operations room where the employees are there, which are working in the data center. And you can see there's a big screen where all the metrics are measured, and you can see how things are working, right? So rest other points which you can see over here, you can get an extra information by clicking on these, right? So operations engineer, the facility team here are monitoring the real-time telemetry for all the equipments at this data center campus. AI is also used, AI ops is used. Okay, and yeah, so this is pretty much one of the project which is right now used in Azure. Okay, that it is an end-to-end service that predicts and mitigates data center availability issues. Okay, which is Project Narya. So guys, let's get into the mechanical area. Okay, let us enter into the mechanical area. So basically, this mechanical area is the part where you can understand. You can just check on the different operations room and the servers room which are present, right? So if you see over here, you can check there are different places where you can actually go and check what these are related to. So this is the backup power part, okay, where there will be a power backup as well. So if there is if there is a power cut or anything, then the backup generators work, and this is the place where the backup generators and backup power is situated. Okay, so modern data center cooling, let us go to this part. Yeah, so guys, this is the part where the coolant systems are present. Okay, modern data center cooling, and you can see Microsoft cools its data center with outside air. When outside air temperatures get too warm, a highly efficient closed circuit evaporative system is used. So this is called the adiabatic cooling, and it consumes less electricity and up to 90% less water than traditional air conditioning. Okay, so this is the data center cooling. There is more information about adiabatic evaporation as well. Air to water heat exchange. So basically the whole process, how it works, it's explained here. So you can get an idea about how the coolant systems work. So it's very fascinating how each and every nitty-gritties are taken care in the Microsoft data centers, right? The coolant is checked over here. The sustainable windmills are there, which can provide you different sustainable options for generating power, right? You have the solar panels, you have you have the data center coolant systems which are there, right? So all of these things are available, which through which you can understand how much details are added for your data, just for your data. Okay, and then let's enter the server room. So this is basically how the server room looks, and as you can see, the server room is the heart of Microsoft's cloud's massive computing and storage capacity, which is the most obvious thing, right? So these are the different server rooms, and you can see, yeah, and you can see the different servers which are present here. If you go and take a walk, take a virtual walk. So you can just also check the anatomy of the server room as well through this video. Okay, so this is basically how the server room looks. Now right now I'm closing this. Server blades are also there. So these are the different server blades. So we have the JBOD blade as well. Okay, then there are other blades as well. So you can just understand how these server blades work. Okay, it's basically the different semiconductors which are added together, and you can just get an idea about what these are. But although this is not part of your understanding and your this won't come in the exam as well, but getting an idea won't be bad for anyone, right? So we are done with this part. So server room is done. Let's enter the circular center. So circular center is basically this part where the it's a part where all the zero waste and the processing and routing parts is taken care. Okay, so let's explore this. Yeah, so basically any deployment or anything which goes on is taken care by the circular room. Okay, so next what we have, so let's go to the network room and understand. Yes, so you can see the different the different wires and ethernet cables, or maybe the optical fiber cables which are added here, is basically the way how they are connected and how the server room is working in such an efficient manner at every single time to just provide you with your data and help you to work on your computational resources at 0th second. Okay, that even 0.1 second latency doesn't occur, right? So very high quality materials are used, and you can see, you can also check out this particular video to understand more about the networking side. Okay, now let's go to the innovation room. So innovation room is basically the different projects which are there, which are taken care by Microsoft. Okay, so let me take you through that as well. So Project Natic is there. It's basically an experimental underwater data center, right? Then we have DNA storage. So storing the DNA part and the synthetic DNA molecules is basically one of the part where Microsoft is still researching on, and this is a project which we are soon gonna see in near future. Okay, quantum computing, right? So all of these projects are there, and now let's again get back to the uh, lobby part. So guys, by now I hope you have understand everything related to how the data center works. Okay, so again I have opened the map as well, just so that we can sum up everything what we have understand. First, as I said, it's the sustainability part, solar panels. Then we have, we have the network connections, we have security checkpoints. The lobby part is also there, right? So there are many other, the initiatives and the power sources which are also added, right? So together all of these data centers are accessible via the internet. Okay, and what you have to understand is you just have to understand how you can use all of these resources through your own Azure portal. Okay, so let us start to understand more about the cloud computing concepts, and then we'll learn about how you can create your own Azure account and how you can work on it. Okay, so let me go back. So guys, there are two different cloud models which we have. One is the deployment model and another is the service model. Okay. Now, first let us understand the service model. So service model is basically divided into three different parts. Okay, one is infrastructure as a service, another is platform as a service, and the third one is software as a service, right? You might have heard more about the software as a service part, which is basically everything which is managed by the software, right? For example, your Gmail is a software as a service product, right? Everything is managed by Gmail. You don't have to take care on how your message reaches, whether your message reaches on time or not, right? All of those things you don't have to take care while you're writing an email. You just need to focus on how to write the email, right? That is your job. Okay, rest whatever is there, your message which is whether received by the receiver, or how whether it has been sent by the sender or not. So all of these things is taken care by Gmail. Okay, so that is why software as a service is something which is very common, right? Then we have platform as a service, right? So in platform as a service, the applications and the data is something which you have to manage, right? Rest, the runtime, the middleware, operating system, virtualization, server, storage, networking, all of these things is taken care by Microsoft. Okay. So platform as a service is basically an example where we can say that if suppose you have your own you have your own application which is there, right? So if you have your own application and you have deployed it on cloud, right? So application is something which you have to take care. Okay, whether the application is working or not, that you have to take care, because you have built that application, right? Even the data which is present in that application, that also you have to take care. Okay, rest, whether the application is running on the cloud or not, whether the cloud is working properly or not, whether wherever you have deployed it, right? For example, let's take an example. Suppose you want to create your own website, right? And now when you want to create your own website, so you add your data, you add your, whatever you want to add, you want to create a landing page, right? So those things is taken care completely by yourself, whatever the data you also add. But now where you want to deploy it, maybe you will use a hosting provider or hosting or a domain provider, right? So maybe if you go to hostinger.com, right? So the hosting is taken care by hostinger.com. Okay, or maybe godaddy.com, whatever it is, right? So those things are taken care by the providers, right? So that is, so now if the website crashes or anything, that if there is no issue with your application or your data, then that's not your responsibility. Okay, but if there is some issue, or maybe there is some latency issues on by the website side, then you might have to contact to hostinger or godaddy, right? So that's why this is where the platform as a service model comes up. Okay, next we have infrastructure as a service, right? Now in infrastructure as a service, applications, data, runtime, middleware, operating system, all of these things you have to take care. Okay, and what Microsoft or maybe what the other CSPs will do, they will have to take care the virtualization, server, storage, and networking, which means the physical infrastructure part. Okay, the physical infrastructure part is taken care by the cloud service providers, and the applications and everything related to the applications, how it works, is taken care by the user. Okay, considering on premise, everything needs to be taken care by you. Okay, so this is what actually is the different types of models. For more details, let us understand it through this particular example. Okay, so for infrastructure as a service, you have servers and storage, networking, and data center. That is taken care. That is taken care in the infrastructure as service model. Then for platform as a service, operating systems get added, and for software as a service, everything is taken care by the cloud or the different CSPs. Okay, which is hosted applications, development tools or database, and the other things as well, right? So according to your requirement, you can choose in whichever service model you want to go, right? Although every CSP like Azure, GCP, or AWS provide all of these three models. Okay, they provide SaaS as well, they provide PaaS as well, they provide IaaS as well. Okay, so so this is all about the service model part, right? Now let's understand the different types of cloud considering the deployment model. Okay, so guys, there are three different deployment models. First is public cloud, second is private cloud, and the third is hybrid cloud. Okay, now let's understand one by one what actually public cloud means. So what actually public cloud means? Now in public cloud, like everything is, so in public cloud, it's owned and managed by a third party cloud provider. Okay, now by the name of this cloud itself, which is public cloud, which means it's accessible to everyone. Okay, so it is available to everyone and it is accessible to everyone, right? Now then it is can be accessed through a public network, which means you can easily access it. For example, if I would say okay, maybe Dropbox can be an example. Dropbox or Google Drive, okay, they can be an example of public cloud, right? Why public cloud? Because it's available for everyone, right? You get that 15 GB space in Google Drive. If you have your own Google account, you get that 15 GB space. Now same 15 GB space is provided to everyone, and everyone is adding their files on Google Drive itself, right? So this is what actually public cloud means, right? It provides IT resources to general public and multiple organizations, perfect for organizations with growing and fluctuating demands. Okay, yes, that is also true, because if you are at a very growing stage of your startup, then I feel public cloud is a better example, or maybe a better choice to go on, because right now you won't be able to spend much as well, right? And second of all, I mean, whatever the data and everything which you'll be having at the start is something which won't be of that much vulnerability, right? Sorry, I mean, it won't be that much vulnerable. So that's why you can use public cloud for it, and it can be easily available. So since it can be easily accessed through public network and it can be accessed by anyone, the security part is an issue with public clouds. Okay, because the security is not that much high considering public cloud. Now, let's take an example of private cloud. So private cloud is basically where the cloud environment is created in organizations, on-site data center, or hosted by third-party service provider. So as you can understand by the name over here, which is private cloud means something which is only indigenous for your organization or maybe for your own personal purpose, right? So cloud environment created in organizations on-site data center. So yeah, your own physical data center is also kind of a private cloud itself. Okay, or maybe a private cloud which you have taken specifically by a third party provider, right? And it serves only your needs. It's not accessible by anyone. Okay, there are security features added to it which will only provide access to you. Okay, and then we have organizations are responsible for maintaining the services they provide, and it does not provide access to users outside the organization, as I said, right? So I hope private cloud is also understandable by everyone. Then we have hybrid cloud. So hybrid cloud is something, also guys, one more thing. Private cloud is basically used by those people who have very sensitive data. Okay, so it's better to go with private cloud option if you're working in a very sensitive data information where it can't be shared or it can't be accessed by everyone. It's better to go with the private cloud option. Okay, then we have hybrid cloud. So hybrid cloud basically combines the functionalities of both public as well as private cloud. And also one more thing, guys, Azure is one of the best option for choosing hybrid cloud. Why? So as you all know, Azure is built by Microsoft, right? So there are numerous Microsoft products which people are using from long back, right? And there are even different data centers of Microsoft which was built earlier, and now since they have all all gone to the cloud, so you can easily migrate your application from your on-premise data center to Azure cloud, or even keep an hybrid cloud approach. Okay, so Azure is one of the topmost. Azure is really good considering in providing hybrid solutions. Okay, and yes, ideal for legacy companies. Okay, because it will be having some data which they require at a very faster manner. So they can keep those data in their private cloud, and then they can even use a public cloud as well if they want to share that data to publicly, right? So this is what actually hybrid cloud means. So I hope you guys understood about the different types of cloud deployment models as well. One is the service model and another is the deployment model. Okay, service model consists of all the three major models, which is platform as a service, software as a service, and infrastructure as a service. And deployment model consists of three different types of cloud, which is public cloud, private cloud, and hybrid cloud. Okay, so not major difference. The difference depends upon the model side. If you are providing it for a service related part or a service related work, then you can use that. If you are working for a deployment side, maybe if you want to create your own application, right, and then deploy it on it, so cloud, these three different cloud approaches are a better way to use it. Okay. Yes. So next we'll be understanding about the different pillars of cloud, right? So first is security, second is reliability, availability, and governance. Okay. So security is basically safeguarding data and resources from unauthorized access and breaches. As you have got to as you have understood it from the previous parts as well. Security is something which is really a major factor of cloud computing. Then reliability, ensuring consistent performance and dependability of cloud services. Availability maximum, maximizing system uptime and minimizing downtime. And governance is implementing policies and controls to manage and regulate cloud resources effectively. So guys, as we understood in the earlier part where we were trying to understand the different advantages of of cloud computing, which was all of these things. So these four pillars of cloud computing is also a factor of these. It's a part of these advantages itself. Okay. So I'm not going much detail about it because we have already covered it earlier. Okay, so now comes the part where we'll be understanding on how to create your own Azure account. Okay, so here is where we have understood everything related to cloud computing. Now here we'll be understanding things related to how to create an Azure account. Okay, so what will be the first step? So guys, in this particular slides, you can see that there are the methods which is present on how to create an Azure account, but let me give you an idea. Okay, let me give you a walkthrough as well. Okay, so first let us click on this link. So here you will be entering into the dashboard of Azure. Okay, and then if you have your own Microsoft account, you can directly go to sign in and get it. But if you don't have, then you can start for free, or maybe click on free account. Okay, so after that you can click on start free. So guys, here are all the services which you will get with the free account. So popular services free for 12 months. So you can see the different type of services which you will get for free for 12 months. Okay, then you have 55 plus other services which is always free. Okay, so here are some services which is free for only 1 year. Here are the services which are free always. And then you also have 200 Azure credit, 200 US dollars Azure credit. Considering it in Indian rupees, it will come around 13,300 or 400. I don't know what's the price of dollar as of now. Okay, but yeah, something around 13,200 or 13,300. Okay, and guys, also one more thing, mind you, you will have 30 days to use it. Okay, in addition to all of these free services, you will be having 30 days to use this 13,300 rupees which you'll be having, or maybe 200 US dollars. Okay, after that it will get exhausted. So you can see these are the different services which you get. So for 12 months, it's all categorized over here. Okay, 12 months we have Azure virtual machines, Windows. Okay, then Linux is also there. Always we have Azure SQL database, which is available free every time. Blob storage is available for 12 months. Okay, so similarly all of the other services are also added here. And so let us go and create our account first. So I'll just click on start free. So guys, I have my own Microsoft account. Okay, so I can just easily go and enter and get into my Azure portal. Okay, but if you don't have, then you can click on this, sign in with a different Microsoft account. And even if you don't have a Microsoft account, so you can create your own account in Azure, and you can enter it. So right now I'm just entering my account, but first let me help you with understanding on how you can create your account. So guys, as soon as you will sign up with your Microsoft account, you need to add some of the details over here, which is your first name, your last name, your email address, your phone number. Okay, so all of these things are something which is very mandatory, right? Don't worry, they don't misuse any of your data. Okay, so you'll get with the free Azure account, you'll get the popular services for 12 months, 55 plus services, which is always free, and 13,300 credit to use in your first 30 days. Okay, So you have all of these things. No automatic charges will be there, guys. Okay. So after your credit is over, we'll ask you if you want to continue with the pay as you go model. If you want to continue, then only you will have to pay. Otherwise, it won't charge you anything. Okay. So guys, to create your own Azure account, you have to add your credit card or maybe a debit card details. Now, don't get astonished by this, or maybe don't get, don't get disheartened because like you have to add your card details. Azure won't take anything extra, or maybe Azure won't take any money without your permission. Okay. Without your permission, there won't be any deduction of any cost. Okay, even I have used my Azure account, so if in a pay as you go model, so at that particular time as well, every time whenever the Azure asks me that this is the budget, this is the bill which has occurred for this particular month, then only I pay. Okay, if I feel that no, there is some discrepancy in the complete billing method, or the complete order which is there in the bill. Okay, so one of it happened once actually, and what I did, I went to the I mailed it to the customer care department of Azure, and it was again checked, and the whatever the extra services was added, which was not part of something which I used, it got changed, and the optimized bill was provided to me. Okay, so guys, a nominal charge of 2 rupees will be made temporarily, but it will be refunded in a few days, and no additional or automatic deduction will occur from your card. Why this 2 rupees they will add? Because just to verify it, just to verify whether your card is a genuine card or not, whether you have an account or not, just to verify, that's all. Okay. So by doing all of these things, your Azure account will get created, and there you will be told to go to the Azure portal. So when you click on the Azure portal, your Azure portal would open up something like this. So let me also show you by adding my password. Yes. So I have logged into my Azure portal, and you can see these are the different services of Azure. We have virtual machines, we have cost analysis, we have metrics, we have app services, disks, virtual networks, everything. And here I have my credit limit also added over here. Okay. So you can see these are the different subscriptions and the services which we have. Okay. So guys, first thing, when you open your Azure account, you will be asked to check on your subscription. Okay, so always check on your subscription and check on your current cost, and how much cost you have, how much cost it has occurred to you. So till now, since I have used some services and it has costed me around 5 rupees. Okay, and it's a free trial version, but still I've used some of the services which are beyond my free trial limit. That's why it costed me around 5 rupees. Okay, but keep a check of it, and even you will also get notifications from this part, so you can get an idea about how the Azure costing works. Okay, if you want to create a virtual machine, you can go and you can do it from here. If you want to check on the different resources or maybe the different services which Azure provides, you can go and you can check it through this button. Okay, we have the Azure CLI present here. So if you want to access this Azure portal through a command line portal, so you can access it from here. Okay, so you can go to the CLI part and you can access it here. This is the notification bar. This is the directories and the subscriptions part. Okay. Then here are the settings part where you can change the appearance, change the language, etc. Right, your information if you want to add, completely upon you. Okay, feedback, if you want to send a feedback to Microsoft, you can do that. Here you can access your profile. If you want to sign in or sign out, or maybe sign in with a different account, you can do that as well. Okay, so guys, this is the complete what you can say, the dashboard of Azure, and we'll be soon understanding about the different services of Azure. Okay, so guys, this was all about this module, and I hope you got an idea about what actually Azure is and what are the different cloud computing methods, cloud computing deployment models, and what actually cloud computing is, right? So this complete module was totally related to what actually cloud computing is and how to create an Azure account, so that we can understand more about the different core services of Azure, which we'll be learning in the different video and the second module. So guys, welcome to the module 2 of our Azure fundamentals course. Now in this particular module, we'll be understanding everything related to Azure, the different core services of Azure, the cost management of Azure, and the other details as well. So since we have covered everything of cloud computing basics in the previous modules, now we are going to understand about module 2, which is all about Azure. So guys, let us understand first what actually Azure is, right? So Azure is a cloud platform by Microsoft that offers various cloud services and resources for managing and storing data. Azure is nothing but a cloud service provider, as I told earlier also. Now Azure is managed by Microsoft, right? And it offers different cloud services and cloud related resources like computing, networking, storage, right? All of these things are provided by Azure, and you just need to access the Azure portal to utilize all of these resources. Now then we have the users can conveniently access these services via the Azure portal when connected to the internet. This type of public cloud which is provided by Azure is very easier for your applications to up and running. Okay, now and because of the pay-as-you-go model, it makes it easier even to know how much the cost will be used for a certain kind of project or for a certain kind of resource which we want. Okay, and for a certain period of time as well. So Microsoft Azure services are widely used across all industries for running applications, storing and analyzing data. Okay, software development, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and other services as well. One more point, guys, which I want to tell, Azure is kind of leading in the different cloud service providers, considering the part where machine learning, analytics, artificial intelligence occurs. Why? So Azure, the part of Azure machine learning is something which is very easier to understand and easier to use, and also very robust if you want to work towards the artificial intelligence or machine learning side, right? So then what we have, Azure offers 4 different forms of. So there is a small mistake over here. It will be 3 different forms of cloud computing, which is infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. 4 different forms. One more which is added is serverless functions. Okay, serverless also I'll let you know what actually serverless means in the later part. We have a small part where we'll be understanding about serverless computing as well. So Microsoft adopts a pay-as-you-go model for Azure, where subscribers receive a monthly bill based solely on the specific resources and services they have utilized, right? So again, cost analysis as well, and what the billing cycle is also on a monthly basis. So if you want to know how much cost has been taken care, you can go to the Cost Explorer option as well, and you can also understand the different costings which has happened on a monthly basis. You'll get a mail you'll get a bill via the mail, and you will like all the resources which you have used for that particular month will be shown over there, and you can directly pay it from your UPI or maybe credit card or debit card. There are various options which is available. Okay, so this is all about the Azure. And also one more thing, it's the servers which is there in Azure is very much efficient than the other cloud service providers. Also, one more factor which adds up to Azure is that there are a lot of consumer market which already have established a connection with the Microsoft products. Okay, now by establishing a connection with Microsoft products is like from the previous years as well, we have been using Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, Excel. So these are something which are very commonly used by a majority part of people in the world, right? Now since that is something which is very common and majority people are using it, that's why it's very easy to migrate or maybe use Azure. So this was a basic overview about Azure. Now why you should use Azure? First and foremost, which is security. So the security side of Azure is way better than other cloud service providers. Okay, since if you also see the Azure portal, it's a very simple portal, yet the backend is really strong. Okay, the backend is really strong, and whatever you want to create, suppose if you want to create a virtual machine, there are very small options available while you create a virtual machine, which caters to the factor of your security. Okay, it's the best, or I guess the leading hybrid cloud solution. So if you have a company, or maybe if your organization wants to work on a hybrid model, which means that you want to keep some of your data in your physical data center and some of your data on Azure, you can easily do that. Okay, cost effective, yes, it's very much cost effective. Okay, the prices of Azure and the transparency which Azure keeps for the pricing as well, it's way better than all the other CSPs. Quick and adaptable. Okay, so as I said, if it's the best hybrid solution, which means that it can easily get adapted, and it's very quick also, because since the transferring of data happens at a very global level, and all of this are connected via the cables which is there, it's very efficient and very quick. Next, let us understand the different Azure certifications. So guys, mind you, what we will be learning in this particular course is everything related to the Azure Fundamentals, or AZ900 course, AZ900 exam, but I'll just give you a walkthrough on the different kind of certifications which we have in Azure, right? So Azure provides a series of certifications, and it is designed to assist professionals working in cloud computing, or those who are aspiring to begin a career in the cloud computing field. Okay, these certifications are categorized into different levels, and some certifications do not have a group classification, right? So first we have the fundamentals, which is the basic level course. Okay, so as the name suggests, fundamentals, you have to get your fundamentals right. You all know about it, right? So your fundamentals should be correct. Okay, which means at least you should get a knowledge about what are the different services of Azure and how you can leverage the power of Azure for your computation needs. Okay, so fundamentals is something which is really very important. Okay, and you cannot go to the associate or expert or specialty level without clearing the fundamentals. And I mean, it's a very good practice if you first consider the fundamentals and then going on with the associate levels. So here you're having the 3 different Azure certifications related to the fundamental side. So it is tailored for individuals without a technical background who are eager to embark on their cloud computing journey, as well as for emerging cloud professionals who are just initiating their career in the field. So guys, if you are a newbie to this field, even if you are from a non-tech background, right, and you don't have much idea about the technical field as well, so my suggestion will be that you can take up the Azure Fundamentals course or AZ900 course, so that you get an idea about what actually Azure can do on a theoretical level as well and on the practical side as well. This is why the fundamentals are really important. Now, considering there are different type of jobs which are there in the market, right? But if you want to be in this kind of career, right, then you can easily choose your career by starting with the Azure Fundamentals. So guys, in this particular fundamentals badge or maybe fundamental certifications, we have first, which is Azure Fundamentals. We have Azure AI Fundamentals, where we'll be understanding the basics of AI. And then we have Azure Data Fundamentals. So here you will be understanding how the data pre-processing and how the data cleaning, all of these things work, and how you can use the power of data for your work as well. Also, one more thing for all the budding emergents who are coming up in the tech field. So at a certain period of time, you might get an option of choosing your fields, guys. Okay, it's not necessary that you always have to go run towards the data science field, or maybe towards the cloud computing field, or maybe towards complete competitive coding or something like that, right? It's not necessary that you have to get into everything. Okay, you can choose your field. You can think about what you can do and what you can find your way, and you can, I mean, start your journey with that. Even I also tell it to my audience and tell to my users as well, whosoever comes and ask me about which career options I should choose. Guys, it's completely upon you and your thinking ability. Okay, so if you want to go to the data science field, so data science field is something where you need to understand and you need to implement the logical side of it, right? So logic plus the implementation is something, if you have a very good understanding of logic and you are really good in I mean in solving puzzles and solving and you're also somewhat good in mathematics and statistics as well, I would suggest you can go towards the data science field, right? You can also get into the I mean cloud field as well. That's also not a problem. Okay, so also if you want to enter the cloud field, so what things is there? Cloud is basically something where there is a set of rules which is assigned. Okay, set of rules, set of functions which is completely assigned, and you just need to understand all of these functions and implement or maybe create an application by those set of rules. Okay, so this is what is the magic of cloud computing. Cloud computing is basically deploying of the code. Okay, it takes care of the operation side of your application, right? So if you have coded and if you have, I mean, you have a product which is ready, right? Now you want to deploy it somewhere. Cloud computing is the way through which you can understand, right? Even if you're also, one more thing, if your networking fundamentals are good, and by networking fundamentals I mean the computer networking fundamentals are good, right? You can easily get into the site reliability engineer or roles, right? Or maybe a system administrator role, right? Or maybe a cloud admin or a cloud developer role as well, right? So all of these things are basically categorized in such a way. Rest, since tech field is something which is very open and very wide for everyone, so you can choose your own own pathways according to whichever field you like. So let's come back to the point, right? So guys, as I was saying, there are three different certifications of Azure: Azure Fundamentals, AI Fundamentals, and Data Fundamentals. So I hope you got an idea about what the fundamentals means. It's a very basic course which is there. Even if you are from a non-tech background or you are a newbie to get into this field, you can easily join through the fundamentals part. Next, we have the associate level. So associate level is basically the most appropriate for candidates possessing a robust grasp of fundamentals of Azure. If you already have a familiarity with Azure, you are well prepared to incorporate the certifications listed into your resume, showcasing your proficiency in the platform. Okay, so we have Azure Administrator Associate, Azure Developer Associate, Azure Data Scientist Associate, Azure Data Engineer, Azure Database Administrator, Azure Security Engineer, and a Data Analyst Associate role as well. Okay, so all of these levels which is there, okay, you can easily get into it. So guys, since you have a familiarity with Azure, since you have covered the fundamentals of Azure, you can easily get into the associate level roles as well, which means you can go to a niche. Okay, and by niche you can get into Azure Administrator role, Developer, Data Scientist, Data Engineer, Security Engineer, Data Analyst, and even a Database Administrator. This is what actually associate level means, which means that if you are familiar with all of the Azure services, you can utilize all of these services to create your own applications. Okay, so this is kind of an entry level or rather not an entry level I would say, but actually a mid-level part where you can easily get into your field. So if you want to go to the administrator side involves managing storage, managing the application, managing the IAM resources, right? Developer is basically if you want to create your own applications. Data scientist, you all know about data scientist as well. Data engineer is also similar. Database administrator where someone will be taking care of the storage part. Security engineer, where someone will be taking care of the security side of your application, or maybe the Azure cloud itself. Okay, then data analyst is also there, right? So these are the different associate level certifications. Next, talking about expert level. So expert level is basically which is designed for those with a solid background in cloud, including an associate level certification and a hands-on cloud experience. So if you already have experience and a good understanding of Azure at the associate level, you can pursue an expert certification. There are two different expert level certifications which is there, which is one is Azure Solutions Architect and other is Azure DevOps Engineer. Okay, so solutions architect is basically someone who creates an application from scratch. Okay, and they are basically involved in everything related to what that application does. Okay, there is no specific data analyst or specific roles. The solutions architect is the complete owner of that particular application. Okay, then we have Azure DevOps Engineer. So that engineer will be working towards the DevOps side of it, how to create a pipeline, how to automate the flows and everything, right? So all of these things is taken care by the Azure DevOps Engineer. So guys, getting into the expert level is kind of tough, I would say. You need to create the, you need to pass with the associate level certification and even have some hands-on experience, or by hands-on experience I mean industry level hands-on experience on Azure cloud. Okay, so this is all about the expert level certifications. Now I hope we are clear with everything related to the expert level. Now after that we have specialty level certifications which is there. So these specializations emphasize majorly towards the Azure IoT developer specialty, or maybe Azure SAP or virtual desktop. Virtual desktop is something which is very recent, and these specialty levels Azure certifications are designed to provide in-depth expertise in the specific areas, allowing professionals to showcase their specialized skills and knowledge within the Azure ecosystem. So Azure for SAP workloads, Azure Virtual Desktop, Azure IoT Developer, very niche kind of work which will be there, and that's why it's called a specialty level certification. So if your organization is working for SAP, IoT, or maybe working towards the virtual desktop side, it's really good to have this type of certification. So guys, this was a complete overview about the different Azure certifications. Okay, and now we'll be understanding more about Azure Fundamentals, which is the fundamental certification as I told earlier. There are around more than 150 plus Azure services which is present within the Azure portal, within the Azure cloud, but here we are going to understand more about the core services of Azure. Okay, so there are 4 different core services of Azure. One is compute, second is storage, third is network, and fourth is security. So let us start with the computational service. So Azure Compute Service. The Azure Compute Service plays a crucial role in hosting and running applications, ensuring they are live and available. Okay, now what does this actually means? Azure Compute is basically providing you a computational resource within the Azure portal environment. You don't have to get a physical system or maybe a physical laptop or a PC, right? You can easily go and create a virtual machine on your Azure portal. This is what actually virtual machine means, right? So Azure Compute is basically related to all of the computational resources. All of the things which you want to work on a computational environment is taken care by Azure. It serves as the foundation for executing various applications in a real-time environment. In a real-time environment, that particular computational resource can help you to work on everything. Okay, suppose you want to make some calculations, suppose you want to add a file, suppose you want to work on a certain project, right? So all of these things, if your physical system is maybe not able to cater that, you can create your virtual machine on your Azure portal and you can use it to leverage all of the functionalities, right? So Azure Compute handles deployment, hosting, management, and the actual running of applications, making it essential for the overall functioning of diverse software in the Microsoft Azure ecosystem. Azure Computation can take care of hosting, it can take care of maintenance, it can take care of the management side, it can take care of the storage, it can take care of provisioning and deprovisioning of resources. All of these things can be taken care within the computation. You can consider Azure Compute as your own laptop or as your own PC, which is there, as your own CPU, right? So, but which is present on the internet. Okay, so this is what actually Azure Compute takes care, anything related to the computational power. This service provides the necessary infrastructure to support the execution of the applications seamlessly. It provides you the necessary infrastructure which is there to support the execution of the applications, which means that so the data center will provide you the computational power, the data center will provide you the resources which is required and everything related to it, so that your execution can happen in a very seamless manner. This is just an overview about the computational power, right? Now Azure Compute Services has three major things. Okay, one is Azure Virtual Machine, then is Azure App Service, and then is Azure Functions, which is serverless computing. Guys, in this particular lecture we'll be catering more towards the virtualization or Azure Virtual Machine part, because in the exam, the Azure Virtual Machine practical or the hands-on part, you need to understand in a more detailed manner. Most of the questions come related to the compute part itself. Okay, so you have to pay attention more towards the Azure Virtual Machine rather than app services or the serverless computing, because those are just the theoretical concepts which will be there, but there will be major questions from the Azure Virtual Machine part. Now, to understand Azure Virtual Machine, first we need to understand what actually virtualization is, right? So let's go by the definition first. Virtualization is a technology that allows you to create a simulated or virtual version of something, such as computer or an operating system, within another system. To make it more simpler, right now I am using a MacBook, right? So the operating system is Mac OS, right? What if I want to run a Windows operating system on my MacBook? Can that happen? So the ideal answer would be no, but in this case this can happen by the usage of the by utilizing the power of virtualization. Okay, and to utilize the power of virtualization, you require virtual machines. Okay, you require virtual machines to be created. Now, by the word of virtual machine, you can understand it is virtual and machine, which means that it's something which is not visible in a physical manner, right? So with the help of virtualization, you can easily run a Windows operating system on your Mac OS. Okay, now this physical level of virtualization happens. Like if you want to add a Windows operating system, you can easily download a software, maybe a VMware or a VirtualBox, and these kind of softwares can help you to create your virtual machine of Windows and you can use it. But what if this kind of machine needs to be used by many number of users, right? So if I basically, let me help you with this particular diagram so that it's easy. So let's take an example. This is my MacBook, right? So I'm just mentioning it as admin MacBook. Okay. Now within this admin MacBook, since it's of Apple, so Mac OS will be running in this as an operating system. But what if I want to I want to add operating system which is the Windows operating system? What if I want to add, or what if I want to run a Windows operating system on my MacBook? How can this happen, right? So to do that, we need a layer of virtualization in between this. Now this layer, I'm adding it here, this layer acts as an interface between the physical hardware and the operating system. Okay, so this is known as virtual machine. Okay, now this virtual machine helps you to basically divide. Now by this virtual machine, it doesn't mean that Windows will be running on your MacBook, on your MacBook, and then the Mac OS will get destroyed or something like that. No, Mac OS will also be running and Windows will also be running in a simultaneous manner. Okay, now how this happens? So this happens because of the virtual machine. This happens because of the virtual machine. The virtual machine will do something which is known as disk fragmentation. Okay, I'll mention it here. Disk fragmentation. So disk fragmentation means, suppose if your MacBook right now can work maybe with a 4 GB RAM, so then the rest 4 GB RAM can be used for this virtual machine. Okay, and this rest of the virtual machine can be used by Windows at that time. And by 4 GB RAM, I mean if right now your work, whatever task you are doing on your MacBook doesn't take much storage or doesn't require much memory, then why not provide that extra memory to Windows, right? Since you want both of your operating system to work simultaneously, why not provide this extra memory which is left for you, which is of no use basically? You can provide it to Windows. This can be done using virtual machine. Okay, so you can easily create your own virtual machine, or maybe you can create your own Windows operating system on your admin MacBook by the help of virtual machine. There are different kind of virtual machines there available, so let me search for you. I know majorly there are two, which is VirtualBox and VMware, but let's see. Best virtual machines for Mac, we can see that. So VMware Fusion is there, Parallels Desktop is there, Windows 365 Cloud, Crossover. So there are many virtualization softwares which you can get. I hope you get an idea on virtualization, especially by this diagram. So this is how the virtualization occurs. Now let us understand the same factor, the same concept, but in a cloud level. Why in a cloud level? Because now this is your MacBook, right? Only you can use. What if one of my friend who also wants to add some of his information on this Windows machine, right? That can't happen because I won't be able to give my MacBook every time to every person, right? So that's why cloud is required, to increase the number of users so that they can simultaneously work on a single environment. So that's why this thing is involved. I mean, cloud computing is involved. Let us understand Azure Virtual Machine. Okay, so an Azure Virtual Machine is a computing resource provided by Microsoft Azure, which is a cloud computing platform. Azure VMs allow you to run virtualized Windows or Linux servers in the cloud. These virtual machines operate just like the physical computers, but are hosted and managed in Microsoft's data center. A virtual machine is also basically the same kind of work which we do using the VMware, using VirtualBox, right? So it's the work is absolutely similar to any kind of virtualization software, but this virtual machine is working on cloud, or rather I would say this is working this is working by the usage of data centers. Okay, by using data centers and using the power and storage capability from the data centers. Azure VMs allow you to run virtualized Windows or Linux servers in the cloud, right? So this is about the virtual machine. We'll know more detail about how you can create your own virtual machine when we'll be doing the hands-on part. So guys, this is basically how the virtual machine works. Let us create the virtual machine and let us understand how the concept works. So guys, this is the virtual machine which is there, and this is the user. Okay, now the virtual machine is binded by a subnet. By a subnet I mean there is a single network which is provided to the virtual machine, which is enabling us to communicate, right? So this is the virtual network. So this is subnet is basically the network, or maybe so guys, Azure Virtual Network, as I said earlier, Azure Virtual Network is basically providing you all of the resources related to the networking side through which you can communicate with your virtual machine. Okay, and then there is also a security group layer as well, which means you have to add your own security related features, whether you want a certain user to enter that particular resource or not. Everything will be taken care in the security group side, and this is the Azure environment. So guys, let us just start with creating our own virtual machine. For that, first I'll directly start from the Azure portal. So when you open your portal, it will be something like this. If virtual machine is not there, then you can search it from here and you'll find the virtual machine here. If not, then you can directly go and open the virtual machine from here. So now next what you have to do is you need to click on create. Okay, so there will be 4 different options for you. First is create a virtual machine. Create a virtual machine with presets based on your workloads. Create a new Azure Arc virtual machine in one of your non-Azure environments. Then we have Azure VM Solution virtual machine as well. Okay, we'll not be going with these 3. We'll first be going only with the basic one, which is creating a virtual machine hosted by Azure. So at first you will be asked to check on the subscription side. So subscription right now, since even for me as well as you, it will be free trial version only, because since you all also have created your own virtual machine, so it will be free trial. Otherwise it will be pay as you go model. Okay, then we have resource group. So what actually resource group is? Resource group is a collection of resources that share the same lifecycle, permission and policies. What actually resource groups means? If I want to create a virtual machine for a certain group of people, okay, and I want the access of that particular virtual machine to be only provided to that certain people, right? So I can create my own resource group through which I can provide the access, and it can be accessed only by those people. So let me create a new resource group here. I'll just name it as Scalar. Okay. So just the naming part is done. Virtual machine name, I'll name it as Scalar Demo. So guys, you can choose your own region as well. Okay, there are various regions present here, and you can easily go and you can choose it. Okay, for now I'll keep the East US. Okay, availability options, I am going with availability zone itself directly. Availability zone is zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, which means that there are 3 different data centers available in the East US zone. So you can, if you want, you can create your virtual machine in all of these 3 zones, or if you want to create it only in one zone, you can do that as well. So I'm keeping right now it on the single zone itself. So then what we have, security type. So I'm keeping security type as trusted launch virtual machine only. And image, you can choose the different operating systems which you want. Okay, you can go and click on see all images, and you can check whatever type of operating system you require for your workload. You can use Windows 11, Windows 10, Windows Server, Red Hat Enterprise, Linux, Ubuntu, an older version of Ubuntu, SQL Server, CentOS, and there are many more. Okay, so you can see there are 391 pages added, right? So there are a lot of images, lot of operating systems which is provided according to your usage. Right now I'll just go with the Ubuntu server. Okay, so I'm keeping it that itself. VM architecture, you can keep it as 64 itself, it's fine. Run with Azure Spot Discount. I am not using the Spot Discount as of now because I don't require it. So size will be 1 vCPU and 1 GB memory. So guys, over here this size basically means 1 core processor and 1 GB RAM. Okay, this GIB memory over here means RAM, and 1 vCPU is the core number of processor. So guys, this is something which is very common even when you buy your mobile phones, right? There are various kind of processors available with your mobile phones, like octa-core, quad-core, dual-core processors, right? All of these are there, and there are different RAMs as well, like 4 GB, 2 GB, 8 GB, 16 GB, right? This is basically similar to what you are doing over here. But in my case, right now, I'm using 1 core processor, 1 GB memory. First, why I'm using it? Because it's free, it's considered in the free trial eligibility. Okay, so I'm using this. Authentication type, if you want, you can use the SSH public key, or you can create your own password as well, right? So if you want, I'm keeping it as SSH public key itself. For this, let me help you to understand what actually this means. Let me first name it here. Okay, so guys, Azure, as I told you earlier also, it's a shared responsibility model. So let me help you with a diagram so that it's easy. So guys, consider Azure as a lock, okay? Right? You use a lock to lock your doors, to lock your home, right? So there is in that lock you have a keyhole as well, okay? So consider this as the keyhole and this is the lock, right? Now with Azure, what you have two different keyholes, okay? You have two different keyholes. So one key is basically where Azure can access your account, okay? And another is something where user will be having the access. So one key is with Azure, one key is with user. The lock will open only if both of the keys are attached to this lock, right? So Azure will also be having one key and user will also be having key. So when both of the keys are entered, then only you will be able to access your virtual machine. That is how Azure works. This is one of the basic example of shared responsibility model. So let us go and do that. So I'm keeping it as SSH public key, username is this, SSH public key source, and key pair name I'm keeping it as scalar. Okay, this will be my key pair. And username we have over here, and Azure now automatically generates a SSH key pair for you and allows you to store it for future use. Okay, so this is what the key pair means. Now I need to provide the traffic, whether I want to allow traffics or not, right? So this is basically the security side of it. So if I want to allow all the traffic as of now, so I'm choosing everything. Next I'll go to disks. Now disks is basically where you have to manage your hard drive, okay? Just like how you have your your memory, which is the 1 vCPU and 1 GB memory. Similarly, you have to use a hard drive as well, just to store your documents on your virtual machine. So I am using the default 30 GB, going with the premium SSD itself, which is the default one itself. And yeah, nothing much. Next, networking. So networking also I'm keeping it as default. Allow selected ports, it's added itself, right? I'm not making any changes here. Management, so it's basically identity, Azure AD, I don't want to use that. Enable auto shutdown, I don't want. Enable backup also I don't want, because I'm just making a demo account. I'm not using it for any of my work, okay? Monitoring, if you want, you can choose the alert rules, but again it is something where charges will occur, okay? In the rest part there will be no charges if you keep it as default. Next, advanced also I don't require anything as of now. Tags is basically to categorize your resources, to name your resources, that's it, okay? It's an optional thing. If you want to keep your tag, you can do it. If not, then it's completely fine, right? Tag is basically just to differentiate between the different VMs, right? So just that, it's completely optional. And then click on review plus create. So let this get created. It will take a while, and you'll also get a estimated price as well, okay? So you can see 0.8168 INR per hour, but it will it will cut from my credits itself, okay? So all of these are done. Let me create it. So over here it's asking me to generate the key pair, which means I need to download the private key and create the resource. Why? Because that's what Azure actually does. You have to use your own private key, right? You have to use your own private key to access the Azure portal, to access the Azure VM, okay? So I'll click on download private key and create resource. So one private key, which will be of .pem file, will be downloaded to my local system. Okay, so you can see, guys, it's downloaded scalar.pem file. Okay, so this pem file will help me to enter into my virtual machine. So the deployment is in progress, guys, so it will take a while, but not much. I mean, hardly more, 30 seconds to 1 minute itself. So guys, as you can see, our deployment is completed, and we are done. You can let us go to our home and let us go to virtual machines and check. So you can see scalar demo is running right now. Okay. Oh, status is creating, but let us refresh. And now it's running. Okay. Operating system is Linux. Size you can see. Public IP address is also available. Okay. Everything is shown over here, right? Now let us access our virtual machine, right? Now how will access this virtual machine? Let us go and let us access it. So for that, first I'll click on connect and click on connect, not connect via Bastion. Connect via Bastion will include some charges, so don't go with that as of now. Let's click on connect. Now guys, if you are using a Windows system, then I would suggest you to go to this download this particular software, which is putty.org. okay, you can go to this particular site and download this particular software, which is download putty. So what putty will do over here is basically it will convert your PEM file to a PPK file, okay, to a PPK file, and that PPK file will help you to log in into your virtual machine. Okay, but right now the people who are Mac users, they can easily log in through their own terminal. So you have the option which is SSH using Azure CLI or the native SSH, whatever you want to choose, and there are other options as well, more way to connect, but right now I'll just go with the native SSH itself. Yeah, so guys, over here over here you can see how you can configure and how you can use the native SSH, right? So let this get validating prerequisites before the configuration. Let this happen and then we'll understand how it can be done. So guys, we are having it running and now everything is validated also. Native SSH, yes. Okay, so now first step is prerequisites is done. Then we have to use then you have to copy and execute SSH command in your terminal. For opening the terminal, just do a spotlight search. And now how to open the spotlight search also, guys? Command plus space. Okay, click on command plus space and you will open the spotlight search and search for terminal. Terminal is basically the command prompt part of a Windows system. Okay, so over here I have opened the terminal. I hope it's visible for everyone. Yeah, now first thing, we open a local shell. So for me I have opened it. Okay, and copy and execute the SSH command. Provide a path to your SSH private key file on your local machine. Fine, over here you have to provide your SSH private key path so that they can create your own SSH command, so that you can enter into your enter into your portal. So for that, guys, what you have to do, for me, I need to just go to so my file is saved in download section. Okay, my file is saved in download section, so I'll just go over here. So it's scalar.pem, you can see, and what I'll do, I'll just go to get info, which is basically the properties side of it, and I'll check on the where it is situated, right? So this is the this is the path. So what I'll do, I'll just highlight it and I'll copy it. Okay, Control C and copy, and go to your portal again and paste it over here. So this is my path, okay, where my PEM file is situated. And as you can see, guys, as soon as I added my PEM file, the command changed over here. Okay, the command changed over here, and I am able to see that this is the optimized command for accessing my virtual machine. Okay, so what you can do, you can just copy it. Also, guys, if you don't want to do this, you can directly type in your own path where your PEM file is available. Okay, so you can add it over here and you can just copy it from this side. Okay, yeah, one more thing, guys. So as soon as this is added, from the properties, we just added the path. Okay, but we need to also, somebody said something. No, okay. So guys, as soon as you have added the path, you also need to add the destination of, you also need to add the name of the PEM file. Okay, so what you will do, what I'll do over here, and I'll add the PEM file name. So the PEM file name is scalar.pem. Let me just cross check again. Yeah, it's scalar.pem. So I have added this. So now you can see this is the complete command, or complete pathway of my scalar.pem file which is added. Now I just need to copy this, go to the terminal. So here I have opened my terminal and I need to paste it here. Okay, I'll hit enter. Let's see whether this works or not. Are you sure you want to connect? Yes, I'll type in yes, hit enter. Are not accessible. Yes. Okay, so guys, there is a small error which has occurred, which is permission is denied. Something we are missing over here, which is we need to perform this option, which is to change the permissions of our file. So as you can see in the file properties also, this file is only a read-only file for the rest of the people. Now since I am using this file to access something which is beyond my network and beyond my physical computer, that's why I need to change the permissions of it from read-only to read and write as well, right? So let me do that. Now to do that, I have to add a command which is chmod 400 and then the private key file name. So let me copy this and I'll paste it in the terminal. Okay, so I'll have to add the private key file. So let me delete this thing and add the pathway. Here is the pathway. Yeah, so this should work. It's saying no such file or directory. Let me check again. Oh yeah, because one extra oblique is added. So let me delete that. I'll again copy it and do the corrections. Fine, and I have to delete one slash, deleted, enter. Okay, let me check again. Okay, chmod 400, then it's saying dot. Oh, okay, got it. Sorry, again a small mistake which was done here. I need to just mention chmod 400. So let me do that. Chmod 400 and then users and whatever is the file name. Let me check over here again whether it's correct or not. So guys, this was the mistake which was happening. We just need to add chmod 400 and space and slash and then this. Yeah, so now the permissions have been changed for our PEM file. Okay, now what you need to do, you need to just copy the ssh-i part which will help you to access your Azure virtual machine. So let us do that. Yeah, so guys, you can see that we have easily able to access our Azure virtual machine. You can see Azure user scalar demo, which is our name of our virtual machine. You can see it over here just to cross check, right? Scalar demo is the name and we are able to log in and into here. Now if you are familiar with any Linux commands, you can easily do and you can easily create a directory or whatever you want. Okay, so I'll just create a directory. I'll do an ls. Ls is basically used to check whether the directory is created or not. So guys, over here directory means just to create a folder, right? So mkdir scalar, I have added a directory. Same way, if I want to create any file, I can apply any type of Linux commands and I can use my terminal as a Linux operating system. So right now I'm using a MacBook as well, and also I got my own personal Linux operating system which I can provision or deprovision according to my need. Okay, that's the power of cloud, and that is how we can easily launch our virtual machine using our Ubuntu virtual machine on our terminal and using Azure. Okay, so guys, one more thing which you all have to keep in mind: whenever you are done with your work, remember to deprovision or delete your resources. Why? Right now, because you all are just learning, in a learning phase, so I don't want any one of you to get any extra cost just because of this. So what you have to do to delete, you need to just click on the particular resource and click on delete. But first you need to stop it as well, since it's running right now, so I need to stop it. So now let me just show you. So guys, it's right now, you can see the status is deallocating, so basically it's stopping. And if I right now try, now you can see over here automatically, you can see connection to this particular IP address has been closed by remote host. So this has automatically affected over here and our Ubuntu system is closed. Okay, now you have to delete this as well. So you can just click on this and choose the delete option. Enter delete to confirm deletions. Okay, so delete it over here. So let this get deleted, and also you guys have to delete the resources as well. You guys have to delete the resource group. So remember, we created a we created a resource group, so you need to delete that as well. If when you delete this your own virtual machine, after that itself your resource group also gets deleted. Okay, let's see. Oh, it's not deleting. Let us delete it ourselves. Delete resource group. Enter resource group name. So I'll just copy this here and paste it. Delete. Again delete. So guys, this will get deleted automatically. You can see it's saying deleting resource group scalar, right? So guys, we have deleted everything, and now no extra cost will be incurred for us. So guys, I hope you understood about how to create your own virtual machine, right? We first provided the name of the virtual machine, we added the resource group, we added the storage, we added the networking side of it, right? And we also added the security groups where we allowed HTTPS, SSH and HTTP, right? So all of these things is a part of creating your own virtual machine, right? The resource group has also been deleted. Okay. If it's not, then it will get deleted in a while. It takes some time, so that won't be a problem. Okay, yeah. So guys, this is all about the creation of virtual machine. Now next will be understanding about app services. Okay, so app services and serverless, right? Now Azure App Service is basically a platform as a service cloud which is provided by Microsoft itself. This service takes away some of the additional responsibilities of customer and gives it back to the cloud provider, for which the customer is responsible while working with Azure VMs. So for example guys, in this service, customer does not have to worry about creating a middleware, installing the requirements to create a virtual environment, installing software updates, or maybe any software patches or operating system. Everything is taken care by cloud computing, cloud provider. So an app service is basically a bunch of virtual machines running behind the scenes, but they are completely abstracted from you as an app service plan. Okay, just consider it in this way, that Azure virtual machines are like your own personal computer but in the cloud, and you have full control over it. But considering Azure App Service, you don't have complete control over it because all the hardware and all the operational side is taken care by Azure. But what you can take care is basically the application of it. Okay, and what else? One more thing is there, is that app service is basically when you want to build web apps. Okay, why web apps? Because if something where there will be more users, then it's better to go with app service rather than your own own personal virtual machine. So basically guys, Azure App Service is kind of more utilized towards where you want to think more towards the coding side of it and not considering the infrastructure, right? Infrastructure is taken care by Azure. You just need to focus on coding and creating the application. So I hope Azure App Service is also I hope you understood about Azure App Service. Most of the questions come from Azure virtual machine itself. You need to understand about the virtual machine side of it. You need to understand the basics of it. And then comes Azure Functions or Serverless. So you're seeing something over here which is known as serverless, right? Now serverless doesn't mean that there is no server. Okay, it's kind of wrongly mentioned, I would say. I don't know why Azure or any cloud provider mention it as serverless, because it's kind of misleading, but I mean, that's the way of how people do, right? They need to market everything, so serverless is the name. Okay, so Azure Functions or Azure Serverless is a service from Microsoft that lets you run code without worrying about the servers. It responds to certain events or conditions, like when an order comes in an IoT system or a new message arrives in a queue. Then Azure Functions is taken care over there, and it works in a simultaneous manner. So the idea of serverless computing or function as a service is that you don't need to concern yourself with the underlying details of infrastructure, and instead you just need to focus on writing the code. So that is the only work if you're working with serverless. It takes care of all your computing stuffs, like if you want to provision or deprovision any resources, it will take care automatically. You don't have to worry anything about there, right? And that's why the name serverless is that you don't have to worry about it. Azure will take care of everything, but you don't have to worry about it. Although there are servers involved, there is nothing so-called as serverless. So Azure Functions allows the users to implement their logic in a particular pieces of code. These are known as functions. Various functions run at various times of response, and when the requests increase, Azure Functions create as many resources and functions or instances as required as per their need. Okay, again, when the requests decrease, the extra resources and function instances are deleted automatically. Basically, Azure Serverless is for those people where you're more focused towards the coding side and not thinking much towards the descaling or scaling of your hosting provider, or maybe of where the application is deployed. Serverless computing is basically the cloud computing model where the cloud provider manages the infrastructure dynamically and dynamically allocates the resources as needed. And in this model, the developer focuses on writing and deploying codes itself. So basically, it doesn't mean that there are no servers. Rather, the management and provisioning of servers are abstracted away from the developer. That's all the serverless computing is about. This was all about the computational side, and next we'll be understanding about the different storage services. But for now, this is all about the computing side. So I hope you got an idea about the computing resources. So guys, now we are going to understand about the different Azure storage services. We have completed the compute services part, where we got to understand how the computational stuffs happen on Azure and how you can use it to perform whatever functions you want to do, whatever task you want to do, right, on a virtual machine. Okay, now today we are going to talk about Azure storage services. Now, what actually this storage service means, right? So storage service basically means the place where you can keep all your data, right? So if you are considering a physical environment, right, where you are having a server, you're having your own data center and everything related to it, so you have something which is very in a very physical manner, and it will take a lot of cost for you as well, because you need to scale up and scale down as well, right? So nowadays nobody is relying much on the physical database or the physical storage related things, right? Everything is on cloud, considering from Google Drive, considering from Dropbox, everything is on cloud, right? So similarly, Azure also have their own storage services, and Azure also have their own storage, own ways to store data. Okay, so we are going to learn more about all of the different type of storage services, but first let us understand what actually these storage services are for. So guys, Microsoft Azure Storage is a cloud storage service provided by Microsoft Azure, of course, offering a scalable and secure solution for storing and retrieving data in the cloud. Azure storage is absolutely similar to the things what you also see, like Google Drive is also part of storage, right? So that is also there. Then you have, so with Azure you have lot many other things as well, like table storage, queue storage. So those all things are there which needs to work on a certain type of applications. Okay, considering some applications where there are some functions which needs to be performed, so for that also Azure caters to it. Okay, but one of the most common services which people use is the blob storage, and the blob storage is absolutely similar to the Google Drive and the Dropbox and the OneDrive storages, right? So all of these things where you can actually just dump your data, and whenever you require you can retrieve it. The Azure blob storage is also something similar to that. Okay, but we are going to learn more about it, right? Why should you use Azure storage? First of all, because it's very durable, secure, scalable, managed, and even accessible. Okay, now considering the durable nature, I would say it's, yeah, I mean, it's pretty robust. Okay, your data can't be lost from any place, considering the Azure storage security related features, right? So secure, again, that is also there, like it cannot get lost as well. And also the complete infrastructure which is there, as I showed you all the Azure Datacenter as well, you got to understand how the security features were working in place. They have biometric related like services through which nobody can enter to that secure area, right? It's so much secure. Also considering the cloud infrastructure as well, the security comes into play when there are multi-factor authentication. There is private cloud and public cloud, right? If you want to create a separate cloud or maybe a separate virtual connection, okay, you can also do that, right? So security is also there. Then we have scalable. Now earlier also we had we talked about how cloud itself is scalable. Okay, so similarly Azure storage is also very much scalable. Whenever you want, if your database is more and if you want to add more files to it, Azure can easily provision or deprovision its resources, and in that way it can provide the scalable solutions as well. Now managed, so again over here also the shared responsibility model comes up, where you have to manage, like I mean some of the things you have to manage, which means that you have to take care of your passwords through which you can enter into the storage services, and then the total infrastructure managing is also taken care by Azure, right? So so managed as well, because Azure provides each and every aspect for you to take control of your data. Okay, it's very much secure and you can easily take control of it. Considering the accessibility factors, so yes, it's very much accessible also. As I said earlier as well, if you want, you can access it from any part of the world. You just require a continuous internet bandwidth connection. So that's all about a brief on how Azure works. Okay, now we are going to understand more about the different type of storage services. So guys, we have number one, which is there is blob storage. Okay, so let me mention it in a diagram for you all. So this is the complete Azure storage, and here I am just adding a few more things which is there. So this is blob storage. Okay, then we have one more which is the queue storage. Then we have one more which is the file services, or rather file storage also you can mention it. Then we have table storage. Okay, so we'll be understanding all of these different storage methods and how do they all work. Okay, so let us go back to it. I hope I'm not missing any other storage. Blob is there, file is there, queue is there, table is there. Yes, perfect. Okay, so yeah, so we are back to it, and yes, let's understand what actually blob storage is for. Okay, but before that, just a second. So guys, also one more thing which I wanted to tell you all over here is that Azure Storage offers a massive scalable object store for data objects as well. Okay, a small, like a kind of a file system as well, which can also provide you NoSQL database as well. Okay, NoSQL database means that you don't have to understand how to retrieve and how to add the data. Okay, you just can drag and drop and just get your data from there, right? So this was the brief about Azure storage services, and now let's come to blob storage. Okay guys, blob storage is kind of a cloud-based storage service which is provided by Azure, and it allows you to store and manage large amounts of unstructured data such as text or binary data. Okay, it saves text and binary data to facilitate big data analysis through data lake storage Gen 2. Okay, blob storage allows direct browser access to image files, PDFs or documents using a single link. Now guys, here you need to understand one very important point, which is this thing, binary data. Now what does this binary data over here means, right? So guys, binary data is basically whenever the word binary comes into your mind, then it's always about that matrix related green theme where zeros and ones are written, right? So that is kind of the picture which we get. But over here, the binary data is basically any data which can be stored in a computer system, right? In a physical computer system. So whatever data you put in your physical computer system, it gets saved in binary form, right? So similarly why it's mentioned over here as a binary data, because this same thing is happening on the cloud. So that is why over here it's mentioned as binary data. So basically, let us just get to understand why and for what reasons blob storage can be used for. So I'm just mentioning over here why blob storage. Okay, so first point which we have is so blob storage can be used for serving image or documents which can be directly fetched from the browser. So guys, it's absolutely similar to the Google Drive related functions which you have, okay, where you can easily store your own data, and whenever you want you can fetch it from the web itself by just getting one link of that file, right? So you must have seen those things. So this is one of them. Then we have storing files for distributed access. So just as we got to know that you can basically store the documents and then send it to any place, anywhere, wherever you want, to any particular person. If you want to assign certain security features to that file as well for certain people, that also you can do. So storing files for distributed access. Then what else can be done? You can also stream video and audio files. Okay, you can also stream video and audio files. So after that you have storing any data for backup and restore. Okay, so maybe if you want to save any particular data as a backup and then you want to restore it to a certain new application, to a certain new appliance, right? So through that as well you can perform. So storing any data for backup and restore, and storing for any analysis related tasks. Okay, analysis related tasks as well. And also one more thing where what you can do is to act as a bridge between between on-premise and your public cloud or private, whatever. Okay, so blob storage can be accessed through your on-premise setup as well, and through the private or public cloud, whichever you're having. Okay, or any other Azure hosted service as well. I mean, there's just not private and public cloud. Okay, so these are some of the advantages when you are working with blob storage. Okay, so I hope you get an idea. I hope you got an idea about how you can use the blob storage, right? So blobs support streaming for audio and video, and they enable distributed file access and log file management as well. So log file management is nothing but keeping logs on whosoever person has entered to that blob storage to just check out any particular files, or just to keep a log of it. Okay, so guys, let us check on how to create this particular blob storage. Okay, so guys, first and foremost, whenever you want to create anything related to the storage side, you have to create your own storage account. Okay, so just search for storage accounts and create a storage account for so that you can work on all your tasks related to the storage services. So for that, you just need to keep on, the subscription will be free trial. Resource group can be this, but I would suggest to create a new one as scalar resource group or scalar. Okay, storage account name also I'll keep it as scalar 1, because there is already one storage account name available. So yeah guys, since this is the storage account is basically on a public DNS, you have to keep a very different or a unique name so that it doesn't get it's not same with any other storage accounts. It should not overlap with any other storage accounts, right? So it should have a unique name. So I'm keeping it as scalar 1. Region, I'm keeping it standard East US. Performance, I'm keeping it as standard. Okay, just using the general purpose V2 account. If you want anything where you want lower latency, then you can use the premium standard as well, but I'm just keeping it as standard. Redundancy, I'm keeping it as locally redundant storage. Over here it's already mentioned what does it mean. So it means lowest cost option with basic protection against server rack and drive failures, recommended for non-critical scenarios. So right now we are not dealing with anything related to any critical scenarios. We are just learning about things. So I'll keep locally redundant. You can keep other services as well, like geo redundant, zone redundant, geo zone redundant storage as well, but right now I'm keeping it as local redundant storage. Clicking on next. Rest other things you can keep it as default. You can just get an idea about how these things work. So I'm not keeping anything on the advanced part, I'm keeping it as default. So next. So enable public access from all networks. Right now I'm not changing anything in the networking side because I want my files and blob storage to get accessed by everyone, so that we can just learn about how the accessing and how the blob storage works. If I keep it as private, then I won't be able to show you all how the accessing part can take place. So this also we can keep it as default. Data protection also as default. I don't need any encryption as of now, so I'm keeping it as Microsoft managed keys only. Tags, it's optional, so I'm not adding anything. And let the validation check happen. So as soon as the validation check will get completed, you will be able to see this create option. So guys, now you can see our deployment is completed, and as soon as this is done, you can just click on go to resource. So now you'll see over here the complete storage account which you're having. Okay, and you can just click on storage browser to just get an idea on what type of storage services you have. So as I told you earlier also, we are having 4 different type of storage services. One is blob, file shares, tables and queues. Okay, so right now we'll be just catering to the blob storage as we learnt about it. So let's go and create our blob storage. So I'll just have to click on add container. Okay, and I'm naming it as scalar blob. Okay, it's written that it's private because anonymous access is disabled in this storage account. So let's check and let's allow the anonymous access. So over here you just need to go and you need to allow blob and anonymous access enabled. Okay, and then hit on save. So let the storage account get updated. I'm done with this. Go back to containers, sorry, not container, yeah, storage browser and then containers. You can directly also go, but I'm doing it in this way. Okay, add container. Okay, just let me check once. Okay, fine. Even if it's private, let's do it with private itself. Not an issue. Scalar blob, create, because just right now we are just showing on how to create this storage file. Okay, so I've done this, and you can just go and create, and I mean you can just upload a file. Okay, you can upload anything, maybe pictures, PDF, whatever you want. So right now I'm just uploading one random picture here and click on upload. So now you can see that we are having the file which is uploaded here, and whenever you want to access it, you can access it through the through this particular URL. It's absolutely similar to the way to the same way how you do it for your I mean for your Google Drive. Right now it's showing me that they can't show me because the access is in private mode, but you can share it to anyone and give the access as well. Okay, so this is how the blob storage works, right? And I hope you got an understanding on how the blob storage thing works. Okay, so let me just check once again, and I mean, or else wait, we'll do one more thing. We'll create another storage account, and this is for the private one, and now we'll create a public storage account. I'm naming it as public store, or rather public scalar. Locally redundant. Enable public access. This is also there. Data protection we don't need. Encryption also it's fine, and tags and review. Create. So let this get created. Yeah, now let's go to resource. Let me enable the access. You can either upload your own blob over here, or maybe you can create a container and add that as well. So that is also fine. Okay, so guys, this is all about how you can create your own blob and how you can add your files as well. Okay, yes, so this was all about blob storage and how the blob storage functions can work. Okay, next we are going to understand about the file storage. Okay, so let us go and check on the file storage, right? Okay. So guys, file storage is basically, so the Azure file storage serves as a suitable choice when there's a need for shared drive connecting multiple servers or users. Okay, so file storage is nothing but, I mean, a kind of a storage service where you can share that file and allow multiple people to get the access to it, even if you are using I mean, either if you're using your Azure portal as well, or maybe you can access it through your VMs as well. Okay, your VMs also you can access it through your own PCs or physical drives or physical hard drives, whatever you want, you can access it through there as well. Okay, so Azure File Storage is a type of Azure service that was designed to support the needs of the Azure VM environment. That storage is in essence a network share. You can store files there and that can be accessed from different virtual machines, as I told you, right? So for implementing a file server in your organization, you should choose the Azure Files option, which I'll show you all how we can do. And a file server is used to share the files across department within your organizations. If maybe you want to share a single file from one single department to another department, you can do that as well. And you can also make different copies as well. So this is how basically the Azure File Storage works. Now you might be having a question over here that I am already using Azure Blob Storage, right? Now that is also doing a similar task, but so why I should use file storage, right? File storage is used over here so that you can share it to multiple people, okay, even if they are not working on an Azure cloud. Okay, if you want them to share it outside of the cloud as well, you can share that, right? Let me help you understand more through a practical approach. So let us go and create our own file sharing service here. So I'll again go to storage browser itself. Okay, and I'll go to file share. So here you can see the file share options is there, and click on add file share. So I'll just type the name file scaler. You can give your own name, not a problem. And so over here there are three different types. One is transaction optimized, so which is enabling transaction heavy workloads that don't need premium level latency. Great for applications that require file storage as a backend store. Hot is basically optimized for general purpose file sharing scenarios such as team shares and Azure file sync. Cool is when you are doing an optimizing for online archive storage scenarios. Okay, so guys, right now I'm keeping it as default, which is transaction optimized. Also, one more thing, what you can do, even when the file share is created, you can change the tier from transaction optimized to hot or to cold, whatever you want. Okay, and this is the complete maximum capacity. You can also lower the capacity if you want. So this is created, right? Now I'll just upload a file over here. Again, I'm adding another file, right? A random image, uploading it. It has been successfully uploaded. Okay, you can see the properties of the image. If you want, you can download it again as well, not a problem. If you want, you can use the URL as well to just check on the particular file. Okay, but what we are gonna do over here, we are gonna show you how we can connect our Azure file storage to the local system and then try to access it. Okay, because that's what actually the Azure file storage is for, right? So let me go on and do it. Okay, I mistakenly closed it off, but it's okay, we'll go back. Yeah, so here is the file storage. Okay, so now what I'll do, I'll click on this and I'll click on connect. Okay, so here is it. So guys, if you want to connect it via Windows, you can just see it over here, and you can just go and click on this show script, go to your Windows PowerShell. Okay, in all of your systems there will be Windows PowerShell, so you can go to the Windows PowerShell and you can copy this particular script and paste it over there and it will work. Same goes for Linux, and let me show you for Mac OS right now. Okay, so I'm clicking on show script. Mount file is already provided to me, and this is the show script which is there. Now I'll just open my terminal. So let me go and open my terminal. Okay, so here is my terminal, and I'll just paste this particular script which was there, hit enter. So it is asking me to whether I want to connect or not. So I'll just click on connect, and it will take a while, but it will get connected. Yeah. So you can see we are able to connect it, and I'm able to access the image as well. Okay. So this is how basically Azure File Services works, right? And now if you want, you can open the image, you can download it, whatever you want to do. You can maybe get a preview of it. So anything is possible by this. And this is how basically the Azure file storage works, right? So I hope you all are clear with how the file storage part works. And these are the two major services which people use, right? Next, we also have queues and we also have table. So you can get to know about that as well. But first, let us understand what are queues and what are tables. So guys, Azure Queue Storage. Azure queues are like virtual mailbox where you put messages. Guys, one more thing, Azure queues are mostly used in those parts in a very it is used in a very application oriented services. Okay, for example, if you have created an e-commerce application or e-commerce website, and when you try to add the order to your bag, or maybe add the order to your wish list or wherever you want, right? So there a queue is formed, right? So that type of queue storage which is present still there. Now even if you have added it to your bag, or even if you have added it to your cart, or even if you have added it to your wish list, it is still there, right? So basically this type of order processing system is taken care by Azure Queue, right? So when a customer like places the order on the website, the order details are sent to a queue in the Azure Queue Storage, right? The order processing system, which might be a separate part of the application, picks up orders from the queue asynchronously. Okay, so this type of order processing system which updates the inventory by sending messages to another queue and notifies the inventory management system about the items, that type of thing is part of Azure Queue Storage. Even guys, one more thing which is a part of Azure Queue Storage is the payment processing system, right? The payment processing system is also a kind of place where the Azure Queue Storage is used, right? So imagine you have someone sending messages and someone else picking up for them and doing something with them, right? So a sender and a client is over here, and then each message has some special features like a time limit before it disappears. So even when you work with the transaction related things, right? So this type of queue storage works really good in the OTP thing, right? So whenever you are basically want to do any particular transaction by using your credit card or a debit card, then an OTP goes to your mobile phones, right? So that type of, and then when you put the OTP, then only the transaction happens, right? So this is a kind of a queue storage. Also one more thing, suppose you have seen sometimes that the messages come in a very delayed manner, right? And then multiple OTPs form, but then there is still a queue maintained. The last message which is there, that message will only be used. Okay, so this is the type of queue storage which works. So it's a way to organize and manage messages between different parts of the system. Azure Queue Storage is a service provided by Azure, which is a cloud computing platform. Of course, it's like a virtual message queue that helps different parts of a program or different programs communicate with each other. Decoupling the components is one of the advantages of message queue service. So guys, this was all about the Azure Queue Service. It's used in a very application manner and in a very niche applications. So over here you can see you can add your queue as well, and you can create it, right? Next, what we have is Azure Table Storage. So guys, Azure Table Storage is basically a cloud-based NoSQL data store provided by Azure. It is designed to store and retrieve large amounts of semi-structured data, making it suitable for scenarios where you need to manage and query massive data sets. So guys, Azure, this type of data store occurs in a key value manner, right? So key value manner means there will be one primary key, there will be a foreign key, then there will be some data, right? And you can retrieve that data through the primary key and the foreign key. If you want to access these type of data sets as well, I mean these type of data, good to say that you must use this type of storage service when you're having massive data sets, right? When you're having maybe a lot of logs to maintain, or when you're having a lot of things to take care in a single data set or in a single table. Okay, so if you have a super large amount of data and you want to store it in a NoSQL manner in Azure and performance is not a concern for you, you can definitely go for the Azure table storage, which is very cheap and could fit in your budget as well. I would suggest you can use this type of data set or maybe this type of storage when you are dealing with something related to backup side, right? So that you don't have to worry about how to access it, since it's a NoSQL data store, so you can easily access it as well. And you can store a lot of number of entities as well inside the particular table. So guys, this is all about the different type of storage services. So I hope you got an idea about the different storage services and how we can use these type of storage services. So now we have covered the computational part, we have covered the storage as well. Now one of the major core service of Azure is networking. Okay, so let us understand what networking means in Azure, right? So guys, Azure offers a variety of networking services to help users build, deploy and manage applications and services in the cloud. These services enable organizations to establish secure and scalable network architectures, right? So here are some of the key Azure networking services. One is Azure Virtual Network, another is Load Balancer, third is Application Gateway, and fourth is Traffic Manager. Okay, there are a number of other networking services as well, like Azure Firewall is also one of a part of it, but we will be covering only 4 as of now. So guys, what does networking means in Azure, right? Now, as you can see by the definition, it says that to help users build, deploy and manage applications and services in the cloud, right? So this services and deploying thing is taken care by Azure automatically. But why specifically we are talking about networking here? Because if we say that Azure is one of the most secured clouds in all of the cloud providers, right? So why the security features are there, right? The security features is there because you can create your own network inside this Azure portal, which means nobody can access your interface or your application by any third-party means. Okay, so for example, suppose your application is running on Azure. Let's take an example. Suppose an e-commerce website is running on your Azure portal, right? Now, during that time, you don't want any hacker or any tracker to actually penetrate into your website and maybe make some changes or maybe take in your data, right? Because that is something which is a concern for the privacy side as well, because there are a lot of customers which are adding their data to fetch their orders and everything, so they don't want a data leak to happen, right? Now, networking over here will allows only limited type of networks or limited type of IP addresses to access that particular website portal. Okay, so this is kind of something where networking is taking an important part of Azure, and also Azure leverages the fact that you can use different type of ventures and different type of verticals. You can create different type of verticals where you can add a separate traffic only for those verticals. For example, you create one type of vertical which is accessible to public, right? And then you create another type of vertical which maybe you don't want to provide the public access, like maybe the total number of orders in a day, right? The total number of orders in a day you get in that website is not a concern for public, and the public should not see that, right? So you can create your own different networking, a private cloud inside the Azure cloud where you can keep this data. Okay, which is very much secure than anything else. One of the major factors in networking of Azure is basically the Azure Virtual Network. One of the major factors. And guys, also in the exam, questions related to Azure Virtual Network does come. So learn thoroughly about what actually Azure Virtual Network is. Let me move to the next slide. So guys, what actually virtual network does is that it allows you to create isolated networks to host your VMs and other Azure resources, right? So here are some of the reasons why you should use Azure VNets. virtual network is also pronounced as VNets. Okay, so it provides an isolated environment. Yes, subnet can access the public cloud. Now subnet over here means a single type of network. Okay, a single network which you want through a single portal or maybe through a single IP address. So this is basically subnet over here means. Traffic can be easily filtered from resources. It is highly secured, high network connectivity, and building sophisticated network topologies in a simple manner. So this is why Azure VNets are used, and that's why it is one of the most fundamental usage of your Azure virtual network, right? I mean of your Azure portal. So guys, basically the work of Azure virtual network, which is used in the real-time place, is majorly to create an isolated environment. Okay, now let's take a scenario over here. I'll just explain you through a diagram. According to you, think of the most secured place, or maybe most secured place, or like most secured vertical in the internet, right? You might say that there is Google Drive, right? So you might say that there is Google Drive, and you can and if you want, you can just restrict the access, keep it only for yourself, right? That is there, but it is still a public cloud, right? I am showing you how you can how you can create something which is very robust inside inside the Azure cloud, and then you will understand how public and private cloud works. So guys, this is our Azure portal, right? Now with this Azure portal, we have something, or rather you can say this is your private network. Okay, private network, or maybe just a network connection, right? And I'm adding a internet connection in between this. Okay, this is the internet. Why I'm adding this in between this infrastructure and over here? So that this infrastructure is basically exposed to the outside world. Okay, so internet has been provided over here. Now what I do, I create one virtual network here. I create one virtual network. So this is basically a public VNet. Okay, public virtual network, right? This is a public virtual network. Now what I do over here, I create 2 or 3 VMs over here. One VM, wait, I'll just duplicate this. Another VM, right? Both of these VMs can interact with each other. Okay, both of these VMs can interact with each other. Both of these VMs are added over here, right? Now this is still exposed to the internet, right? Why? Because it's a public VNet, and you are creating something which is absolutely exposed to the internet as well, right? So these are the 2 VMs which is there. Okay, these are the 2 VMs which is there, and these 2 VMs can easily interact with each other, right? Of course they can interact with each other because they are in a single public VNet. Okay, they are in a single public VNet, and by public VNet I mean it has the access to, we have provided it the access to use the internet. Okay, so internet can also be connected to this particular public VNet, and these 2 can also get interacted. Now what I do, I create another VNet. Another VNet, and I add one more virtual machine. Okay, I add one more virtual machine, right? So this is another VM. Okay, now what do you all think? Can this VM interact with this public VNet right now? Like, is it possible to if they can connect? I haven't provided them any internet access or anything, right? It's just a normal VNet which is there, which is present, and so it can't connect with this. Okay, until and unless there is something which is known as peering occurs. There is something which is known as peering. You need to peer both of these VNets together, then only they can access each other, and then only they can have, they can share data or whatever they want to do, right? That will only happen when there is there is connections between them, right? Now what if I create another VNet. Now this VNet, I am restricting the internet access to it. Although I have to provide the internet access to this, but over here, I am restricting the internet access. Okay, and there is this VM which is attached. Also, I am mentioning this as VNet 2 and this one as VNet 3. Yes, now VM is there, right? Now this is not exposed to any of the internet. This is not exposed to any of your public VNet or other virtual networks, whichever is there. Now what you can do is, now to get access to it, what you can do, you can create a separate connection with your public VNet. Okay, you can create a separate connection with your public VNet, right, and provide only a certain amount of traffic and only certain certain port number traffic, right? Suppose if you want to access only 22 port number, right, then only the connection with 22 port number will happen, right? Now when the file transfer and everything is done, what you do, you basically remove this particular bridge. You remove this particular bridge from here. Now whenever you want to do any connection, again you have to establish a connection over here, which means again you need to add this bridge in between, then only you will be able to access it, right? Now when the bridge gets removed, there is no connection with this particular private network, which means that this is the utmost safest place of putting your data files. Okay, because there is no connection to internet, there is no connection within the Azure portal, so it's a separate entity all towards itself, right? So this is how basically the virtual network can help to create a very secured environment in your cloud. Okay, so I hope you all understood how public network and private network works, and and how you can keep a secure data files in your Azure portal and in your Azure virtual network. So let us learn more about this. So guys, here there are some components which you all need to understand considering the virtual network. One is subnets, right? One is subnets. So this lets user segment the virtual network into one or more subnetworks. Subnets provide several benefits, including improved security, efficient network traffic management, and better organization of resources as well. So basically what subnets is doing is segmenting the virtual network's traffic into different zones. Okay, so through one zone, one traffic can enter, and if you want multiple zones as well, you can create multiple subnets also, right? So subnetting is like that only, right? And so it definitely helps to improve security, because if you want to limit the number of traffic, then you can do that by limiting the number of subnets if you want to provide it, right? And limiting the number of people who can use this subnets, right? Through a particular traffic, through a particular IP address, you can block a certain number of traffic as well, right? So this is how subnetting works. Then we have something which is known as routing. Now in routing, if you see the definition, routing refers to the process of directing the network traffic between different networks or subnets. Now subnetting is something where the different subnets have been created. Okay, but now for which particular subnet we need to provide the internet connection, or for which particular subnet we need to restrict the access, that you can do by the help of routing. Okay, so understanding how routing works is crucial for designing a network architecture that meets your application's requirement, right? So which type of routing works according to your usage. If suppose you want to create a multinational organization, then you have to provide traffic from the resources which is outside of your particular regions, right? Maybe if I'm creating a product and something which I want only to be shared to the Indian audience, then why would I add more number of subnets, which can lead to more risk of data leakage as well, right? So this is how routing works. Then we have network security groups, which is one of the most important component This network security groups is basically only used to control the inbound and outbound traffic. Right now, if you want maybe a certain amount of traffic to enter your particular application, then only you will be able to then network security groups will allow you to access for it. And one simple example which I can show you all how this thing works. So guys, many of you know about this particular thing, HTTPS, right, which is hypertext transfer protocol, and then S is that it's a secured version, right? Only secured lines can enter this particular site, right? Now, if there's only HTTP, which means if any certain connections is occurring which is following only the HTTP protocol, then I can restrict that access as well. Okay, so this is how basically the network security group is used to restrict access, to restrict access for a certain amount of traffic. Okay, so it can also control the number of traffic also by allowing a certain number of IPs only. So this is what NSGs are used for. So NSGs act as basic stateful and rule based firewall, allowing you to define rules that permit or deny traffic based on various criteria. So I hope you all got an understanding about the Azure virtual network. Now next we are going to understand about Azure load balancer. So guys, by the name this load balancer, what comes in your mind? So load balancer over here means it distributes users traffic across multiple instances of your application. Load balancer is one of the common techniques used during those sale times, right? Big Billion Days, Great Indian Sale of Amazon and Flipkart, right? Whenever those things happen, they already know that the user base will be more than the usual. User traffic will be more than usual traffic, right? So what load balancer will do? Load balancer will divide that traffic into multiple instances, so that even there is not too much traffic on your server, and as well as the user also gets a streamlined and easy flow of access to the site, right? Otherwise you must have seen when the user traffic gets increased, there are delays occurring in the sites, right? But in the case of these sales during those time, it rarely happens because the application is very it's very optimized with the help of load balancers. What are the different uses of load balancer? Load balancer balances both internal and external Azure virtual machine traffic. It distributes resources within and across zones to increase availability. Okay, it configures the Azure VM outbound connectivity. It monitors load balanced resources with health probes. It allows access to different VMs in a virtual network by port and public IP address with port forwarding. So this is what actually load balancer is used for, but let us understand in a much better manner. So let me explain you with a diagram. So let's take an example. This is a user. A user or a PC, whatever you can say. So this is my PC, right? Now a user is sitting over here and is trying to access a certain site. Okay, and then what will happen? How load balancer kicks in? So let me first create the load balancer. So guys, this is the symbol of load balancer actually. Because usually whenever you will be working with any cloud environment, they have to create a blueprint of how the operations and how the applications will run, right? Now to do that, it's basically you need to use the terminologies and the symbols to make you understand how these things will work. So I'm creating that for you. So this is how the load balancer actually looks. So yeah, So guys, let us understand with this particular example. So this is a user and maybe he tries to enter a certain e-commerce website, okay, and during those times the sale is happening. So what actually load balancer will do, load balancer will divide the traffic into different virtual machines, right, into different virtual machines or into different instances where the traffic can be separated and everybody can get the access of the site, right? So if the user base increases or if the traffic gets increased, then load balancer comes into play. Okay, so whenever, I'll just mention it in a theoretical manner as well. When internet client sends web page request to the public IP address of the web page on maybe a TCP port of 80, okay, you don't have to go into detail what this TCP port is right now. It's just a port, or maybe it's just a just a pathway through which the internet can get through which the user can access that particular application. So what Azure load balancer will do, Azure load balancer distributes the request across 3 different VMs in the load balancer set. So eventually it will create 3 different VMs, okay. So this is how basically the load balancer functions, right? Any theoretical concepts which we are missing? No. So guys, I hope you understood about how the load balancer works by this particular example. This example is very important for you all to understand how the load balancing works. And whenever you're asked with this or during maybe any interview side as well, it's better to show it in a diagram. I mean, it adds more credibility to your knowledge as well, right? So yes guys, this is all about the load balancer side. Next we have the application gateway. So next we have the application gateway. So guys, in Azure, an application gateway is a load balancer service that enables you to manage and optimize the traffic to your web application. It acts as a traffic manager, directing client requests to the appropriate servers based on various factors. It is basically used when you expect many users in your apps or wish to manage web traffic based on incoming requests. So guys, one of the major usage of application gateway is that so whenever let's take an example of Amazon, right? Now there are different sites of Amazon in different countries. For example, you can also get access to Amazon.in, which is the India part of Amazon, right? I mean, and you also have Amazon, maybe Amazon.uk or maybe some other countries like Netherlands, so right, which is very indigenous to that particular region, right? So you can access to that as well, right? So application gateway can basically help you to understand which particular traffic needs to go to which particular server or which particular application in a certain number of servers. So maybe if you have created different virtual machines and maybe if you want your application to maybe redirect it to a certain number of crowd only, so application gateway is the answer for all your problems. Next we have Azure Traffic Manager. So guys, Azure Traffic Manager is also a kind of load balancing solution, right? This enables in controlling and load balancing the flow of traffic to specific endpoints. So guys, this is all the part of load balancer itself. Okay, considering the application gateway and also traffic manager, it's somewhat a subset of load balancer itself, right? But it is in a more detailed manner, right? These endpoints include any resource from Azure Cloud Service Platform, including virtual machines, websites, and database. So now if you want the certain traffic to maybe access your virtual machine, you can do that. If you want a certain traffic to get access to websites or maybe to your database, Azure Traffic Manager is basically used for it. So guys, for the exam purposes, just know about the definition and the usage of all of these services, because Azure Fundamentals is all about the working and the usage of the services which is there. So guys, next point is something, next service is something which is really important for everyone to understand, which is Azure Identity and Access Management. Okay, IAM resources. Azure Identity and Access Management is a set of service and features that helps you to manage who has access to what in your own Azure cloud. What actually Azure IAM does is, consider it as something whenever you log in into your PC or maybe Windows laptop or a Mac OS, you know that you have different profiles, right? There are number of people who can access to your particular system, right? You can create multiple roles, you can create multiple profiles. One can be an administrator profile, then one can be a contributor profile, right? So in this way you can create multiple number of profiles through which you can provide separate type of security authentication as well, right? So this is similar to that related feature, okay? And with Azure also you can create something like this, but it will be on cloud. Okay, so if you want a certain people to access Azure cloud, you can do that by using IAM. If you want certain people to maybe access certain resources of Azure cloud, you can do that also. So this is what actually Azure IAM is for. So let's take an example. Suppose I'm having my complete application on Azure cloud, right? Now, let's take an example. For a certain number of people, I don't want them to see the billing side of my Azure portal. Okay, I don't want them to actually access the billing dashboard of Azure portal. So I can restrict them to not access any cost explorer service or any billing related services which is there, so that they cannot see the billing cycles and everything, right? So in this way I can create separate number of users with separate number of permissions and roles and responsibilities through which they can get restricted or maybe they can get access to certain amount of services only. So Azure IAM enables you to grant and manage access to Azure resources based on the principle of least privilege. Okay, securely stores and manages access keys and other sensitive credentials. Very important, guys. The access keys and sensitive credentials should not be shared to everyone. Okay, then they might misuse your Azure portal for their personal works. So monitor and audit access to your Azure resources, meet compliance requirements for access control and data security. So this is a brief about IAM. Now IAM also has a certain subcategory, I would say, which is Azure RBAC. Okay, now Azure RBAC or Azure Role-Based Access Control enables access management for Azure resources. It's an authorization system built into the Azure Resource Manager. Just like how I said earlier, right? If you want a certain group of people to only have certain rights or maybe certain privileges to open a certain number of services, right? So you can use Azure RBAC to provide different roles and permissions for that particular account, okay? So that they can't misuse any other resources even by mistakenly also. So you can use Azure RBAC to define which specific users should be allowed access to Azure cloud resources and assign a set of privileges for each user group. There are around 70 roles for RBACs, but here are the ones which are the fundamental ones. One is owner, then is contributor, then is reader, then is user access administrator. Here are the major four roles which is there. Number one is the owner. So owner will be having the maximum access. Then another is contributor, which maybe they have only a certain limited access, which is they can only add files to Azure. They cannot see or they cannot read those files. They'll be only having the write only access. Okay, then there is a reader access where by the name only you can understand that it's only for reading, right? Which means you can only just fetch data and you can only see, you cannot manipulate the data over there, right? Then we have user access administrator, which means that that particular administrator will be providing access to different users. Okay, so there are other rules as well, but these four are the majority and the major ones. So guys, I hope the RBAC part is also clear for everyone. Next, let us understand about cost management. So guys, Azure Cost Management is basically a suite of tools within the Azure platform designed to help you track, analyze, and optimize your cloud spending. It provides complete visibility into your Azure resources, usage, and costs, allowing you to identify cost-saving opportunities and make informed decisions about your cloud investments. Azure Cost Management, or maybe any other cloud computing providers who provide services related to cost management, is a very important feature, because every time you need to understand that you are paying for whatever the service you are using, right? Now there should be no misuse of that particular feature as well, right? Because maybe let's take an example. Suppose if I am using a certain VM only for like 1 day or 2 days, and I'm getting charged for it like maybe more than 2 days or 3 days, right? So this is something which is an anomaly and you need to take care of it, right? So Azure Cost Management, with the Azure Cost Management, you will get an idea that if you are running a certain resource for maybe for certain days or certain hours, you'll get an estimated amount of it. Okay, so this is just one of the feature of Azure Cost Management. So other benefits are increased cost visibility, improved cost control, optimized resource allocation, informed decision making, and reducing the risk of unexpected billing. So increased cost visibility means, as I told, you will get an idea about this much amount will be used for your resource, right? So whenever you create a VM also, they show you that an estimated amount of maybe 0.5 paisa per hour will be used for running this certain service or something like that, right? Based on the configuration you have created. Okay, then we have improved cost control. So definitely when you get an idea, then you are also aware that, okay, let me use my task, let me use this service for the certain task for a certain period of time only. Okay, then comes optimized resource allocation. So if maybe you are having a crunch related to any money side as of now, maybe you don't want to spend more on your on certain resources, then you can optimize your resource allocation accordingly. Okay, informed decision making. So you will get an idea that after 3 or 4 days, the amount which you want to spend, it might exceed with that. So you can take a decision according to that. Reduces the risk of unexpected billing. So you will have an estimated amount, which means that there won't be any major change occurring while the billing amount comes up. So maybe if you are told 0.5 paisa per hour, there won't be like, they won't take 3 or 4 rupees per hour. Okay, because the estimation is already provided. It will be something around that only. So guys, here are some of the major features of cost management. So let us just understand all of these things. Okay, so one is cost analysis. So cost analysis means that it shows you a detailed cost breakdown by resources, services, resource group, subscription, and management group. So guys, one of the major advantage of Azure is that it shows very minute details also. Okay, like even 0.01 rupees of which particular resource is getting used by this number of time, it will show you each and everything. Then we have budgeting, which allows you to set budgets to track your spending against predefined limits and receive alerts when you approach or exceed your budget. Right, same goes for recommendation. You also get personalized recommendation for optimizing your cost, such as identifying underutilized resources, reserving resources for predictable workloads, and exploring alternative pricing solutions as well. So recommendations is also provided by Azure Cost Management. Cost allocation is basically where it allows costs to different departments, projects or teams for better cost tracking and chargeback. Then we have exports and reports. Now you can download all these reports and you can export these reports, that just to understand about any further analysis which is required, or maybe predicting how much amount can be used for the next month. And the last, we have integrations, which is you can integrate cost management with different type of services as well. So suppose, as I told about VMs, you can easily get to know that this much amount is used. Maybe if you are using any storage related accounts as well, you will get an estimation as well. So guys, this was all about cost management as well, and I hope you got an idea about how the cost management works.
So guys, welcome to the session. So I hope you understood what we're going to do in this particular session. Again, it's going to be very crisp and to the point. So I'll be showing you how exactly we can create VNets, and I'll also create another VNet. And once that VNet is also available, then what I'm going to do is I'm also going to show you how to do a VNet peering. Okay, so connecting two different VNets, and so basically once it's connected, the resources within these VNets can communicate with each other. Yeah. So let's start with that. So for creating a VNet, it's very simple. First of all, you'll have to use or search for VNet or virtual networks and open it. Okay, so over here you can see there is a VNet already available. So this VNet got created when I was trying to create this particular resource group. So this particular VNet is available in this resource group. And when I was creating a virtual machine in another tutorial, this particular VNet was created, because you cannot create a resource without a network. Because without a network, you cannot run a virtual machine, because there is no other way of it being created, right? It will not have a IP address if there is no network. So yeah, that's the one which is already there. Let's create a new one. So choose a subscription. I guess I've told you multiple times. Resource group, let's keep this resource group. We can have multiple VNets within the same resource group. There is no problem with that. And then I'm going to provide the name as VNet 1. And you can choose the region. So you can change the region or keep the same region in which another VNet is. So there are not any restrictions, but there would be quotas. Like the VNet can be only be there. Like let's say there could be 5 VNets in particular region, and then if you want more VNets in that region, you can basically ask Azure in order to raise the quotas for you, and they will do it. Okay, so this is basically it. And yeah, so this is all the things you require in the beginning. So next, moving on to IP addresses, you will have to provide a range in which you want this particular, yeah, so in which you want this particular VNet to be created. So it could be 10.2, 10.1. So I'm pretty sure Azure Virtual Net, right? So let me just cancel this. Let me open it in another. Yeah, so over here you can see the address space for this is 10.0.0.0/16. So even if we create another virtual network with the same address space, it wouldn't work, because there would be a minor clash. Even though it's a separately logical network, it's better to give a different address space. So 10.1.0.0/16 will make sure that 10.1 is fixed. So the first 16 bits will be fixed and the last 16 bits will not be fixed. Okay, so this is the only part which will change. So 10.0.0.0, which basically means 10.0 will be fixed, then the rest will be changing. So that's exactly why they are providing 10.1 over here. Okay, so let it be. Okay, the next thing you will have to create is create subnets. Okay, so let's create the first subnet. I'm going to provide it as public sub, and you can provide an address range 10.1.0/24 5 Azure reserved keywords. So make sure when you do this thing. So as I'm providing this, this will usually be 256. Okay. So it would be 256 IP addresses according to this particular range, 10.1.1.0 to 10.1.1.255. Because now as I provided 24 bits, the first 24 bits would be fixed. It will not change. Okay. So that's why. And then Azure basically reserves 5 addresses for itself and gives the remaining 251 Yeah, so this is what happens. So also we can try this. So, but the problem is this particular side of block will override this. That's why it will not allow us to do this. So this is provided. Do we need a NAT gateway? No, there is no NAT gateways available, so we are not connecting to it. So why do we need a NAT gateway? If we want to make sure we have a private subnet and the private subnet also needs internet connectivity, in that case, we would need to attach a NAT gateway to the public subnet. Okay. So now we've added one subnet. Done. Let's add another one, private subnet, and I'm going to give it as 10.0.2.0/24. Sorry, not 0, this is 1. Yeah, so now it comes under the address space of the VNet, and it does not clash with the address range of public subnet. Okay, done. So even here, so you can create service endpoints right now, or you don't have to. You can just create the subnet. Yep. So we've created 2 subnets, and we've created everything else required. And next, security, Bastion OS disabled, firewall. We can enable a firewall if you want to, and provide only certain IPs to be available. But I'm just going to disable it. So keep everything disabled. Tags, if you want, you can add one. It's optional. I'm just going to move ahead. Okay, so we've provided everything. All the information is given. Now it will just validate, and if validation is passed, then we can create the VNet. So once we create the VNet, both the subnets also will get created with it. So it's creating. So now let it create, and once the next page comes, let's just open VNets again and create another one quickly so that I could show you VNet peering. Okay, so I'm just going to name it as, so let it be in the same virtual resource group, VNet 2, but let it be in a different, let's keep it in Central US, different region. So you can see it has been successfully launched. So let it be 10.2. So added, review and create. Okay, so let it get created. Let's go to the other resource. So VNet has been created. You can say it is within this resource group. It is in the location, and this is the address space, and we have 2 subnets which we have created. You can see private sub and public subnets, but both are basically not a private or a public subnet yet, because to make this a public subnet, we'll have to provide it internet connectivity. So for internet connectivity, we'll have to provide it a internet gateway. Same thing, that gateway should be connected to this if you want the private subnet to access the internet, otherwise it will not work. Okay, so the main thing we wanted to do was peering, right? So now the second subnet is also created. Now let's look at peering. Okay, so right now there is no peering requests or anything. So the peering is basically connecting 2 different virtual networks together. So it's pretty simple. You can just click on add and provide a peering link name. So I'm just going to provide VNet 1, 2, 2, VNet 2. Okay. Allow traffic to remote virtual network. Let it be. Traffic forwarded to remote. Yes. Let everything be fine. Peering link name VNet 2. Hello, hello, hello. Everything is fine. The virtual network we want to peer is VNet 2. So adding virtual network peering, VNet. Adding virtual network peering, yes. Cool. So here you can see it is connected. Pairing status. Let's go to, so this is VNet 1, right? Let's open VNet 2 and check. VNet 2, pairings, and you can see VNet 2 is also connected. but the peer is VNet 1. So basically now VNet 1 and VNet 2 have a peering connection between them, so that if there is a resource, let's say a virtual machine is running in VNet 1 and a database is available in VNet 2, the virtual machine can connect to the database without having to go to the internet. They can directly go through the Microsoft Azure network in order to communicate with each other, even though they are in completely different networks, virtual networks. Okay, so this was basically the session. I hope everything is understood here. So I'm just going to show you. You can just click on this and delete it. Just open it, and then you'll get a delete option. Click on yes. So one is done. Next, just delete the next one too. Okay, so that's it. So you can delete it like this, and pretty much virtual networks is done. This is the basic again. So this is how to create a virtual network, how to create a subnet, and how to can do a peering connection. So other than this, you will have to learn how to create other resources which you can launch within the VNet. So we are already coming up with tutorials which is already available in our channel. You can check out Azure EC2. I'm creating a Windows instance. You can check out that, and you can launch an instance within the VNet. There is already a tutorial named storage account. You can check that. Yeah, so mainly you can check out the Azure beginner tutorial which is already available in our channel, which explains the complete process of creating an instance, and you can create your own virtual network and launch an instance within that particular network. So you can check out that video in Scalar's YouTube channel. So that's basically it for this particular session, guys. We'll meet you in another session. And before I stop with this particular session, I just wanted to give you another brief of the concepts of. So you can see there is something called a NAT gateway, right? So you can create a NAT gateway and attach it to a public subnet. In turn, that public subnet will become a, a subnet which will basically allow the private subnet to access the internet, because the public subnet is available and the private subnet is trying to access the internet. So it comes to the public subnet where a NAT gateway is available, basically network address translation. So the resources within the private subnet will not have a public IP address. So they will have to get their private IP address translated into a public IP. That's where NAT comes in, network address translation. It translates the private IP addresses into public IP addresses, and then that public IP address will be able to fetch and get connect to the internet and get whatever data it's trying to get from the internet. But using NAT gateway, the connection is one way, that is only the resources within the virtual network can access the internet. The internet cannot access the private resources, but they can access the public resources. So if the public resource has an internet gateway, so that basically means it can access the internet, and the internet can access it back. So this is basically a NAT gateway, and there are more concepts which we'll be covering in this basics session. So I'll just open this. I'll just show you guys what exactly we'll be showing in the future. Okay, so one I talked about the NAT gateway, right? Let me open the subnet. Okay, so one NAT gateway. Right now we don't have any NAT gateway, and then we'll have to create a route table, and in the route table we'll have to attach the NAT gateway. Okay, so that make sure the NAT gateway is connected to your public subnet. Okay guys, so now let's start creating SQL database. Okay, so when you open the Azure portal itself, you would see in the very top domain itself, there is this thing called SQL databases. You can just click on it and it will automatically open. Then we can start creating the database. So select SQL databases and then click on create SQL database. Okay, so first thing, obviously you'll have to choose the subscription. Subscription is already available, free trial, so I'm going to go with this. If your subscription is pay as you go with that. So whatever subscription it is, you can start using that, and then you can select a resource group which you already have, or create a new resource group according to your requirements. Okay, so this is one thing, and then you'll have to provide a database name. So I'm going to name this particular database as MySQL. What shall we name it? I'm just going to name it Scalar DB1, and then you'll have to select a server. But right now we do not have a server because it's the first time I'm creating a SQL database, right? So for the first time you'll have to click on create new and then create a server. So I'm just going to name it the same, Scalar DB, in .database.windows.net. So it's not available, it's already in use. So we can choose something like scalability123. Yeah, this name is available, so I'm just going to go with this. And then there are multiple authentication methods. Either you can use SQL authentication, which is directly giving in the username and password and logging into. And then there is one more using Azure Active Directory, which I'm not using currently, so I'm not going to go with that. Or you can use both SQL and Azure AD so that it becomes like a MFA, multi-factor authentication. Okay, so I'm not going to go with that. I'm just going to go with SQL authentication. So server admin login, I'm going to provide it as admin. Okay, so admin, administrator, root, login manager, we cannot use this, or a built-in database name. Okay, a built-in database username. So I'm just going to provide my name, Cody, which is my login, and password. Um, okay, they want a password which is at least 8 characters in length. They want uppercase letters, lowercase letters, and some alphanumeric characters. So I'm just going to go with my go-to password. Again, so this cannot contain part of your login name as well. Okay, great. So I'm just going to go with this. Okay, so the password is selected. Now clicking on OK. So now we've created the server. Okay, so server is ready. The database name is provided. So do you want an SQL Elastic pool? So first of all, what is an SQL Elastic pool? It'll basically be, let's say, a box, and within that box there can be multiple SQL databases. And then according to the size of the box, let's say if the box expands, the number of SQL instances will also increase. When the box decreases, the number of SQL instances will also decrease. So what exactly that box represents is that the scalability. So if you want, so basically when there is a lot of data coming in and you need more databases, in that case the box will automatically, so the box will expand, which basically means you will scale up and there will be more databases, and then there will be lesser databases if there is no need for SQL databases. Okay, so in this case we don't need an elastic pool. We are creating a singular instance. For one instance we don't need a pool. For more than 2 or more instances we would need it. And then you have to choose what type of an instance you need. Okay, so for that you can click on configure database, and then over here you can see the maximum data size is 250. And so we again, under free trial it is completely free. You can still use them, no issues. You can go for a basic one as well. You can go for a general purpose one as well, where you can select even more things. And then there is a standard workload which you can automatically take up for workloads with typical for performance requirements. So basic is basically for practice purposes. So data max size is 2 GB. So you can see the total cost itself is very less, only 359. But when you come to standard, it's like 1000 rupees. But again, it doesn't matter because you have the free trial. If under the free trial, if you're using it, there is no issue with it. You can still increase the size. Okay, cool. So let it be standard. I'm just going to click on apply. Okay, so then you can choose the redundant backup storage. Okay, it could be local, it could be zone, it could be geo. Local means there is no redundant backup. It's stored, the backup will be stored in the same location. Zone means it will be stored in a different availability zone within the same region. Geo means the backup will be stored in another availability zone in another region altogether. Yeah, so this is a much better way of doing it, but it will be much expensive than the other two. So I'm just going to go with locally redundant, as this is just a practice. So these all is provided. Next, go to networking, and then we need a public endpoint, because without a public endpoint we cannot log in into our SQL database from our local PC or from a different server. So we'll not be able to log in. So we need a public endpoint. If you provide a private endpoint, in that case you could log in from an Azure server. So within Azure, if you're trying to connect to the database from an Azure resource or an Azure service, you will be able to connect to it with the private endpoint. No access in the sense you can't access it. Like you can basically connect it with your code, right? You can connect it with your code and try to access it. But for now, we need public endpoint. Allow Azure resources and services to access the server. If you provide yes, so other Azure resources like Azure Virtual Machines, Azure Web Apps, so these resources will be able to access it. So you can provide yes if you want, and then add current client IP address. So this will basically add my IP address. So again, if you want, you can do it. So setting yes to allow communications from all resources within the Azure boundary. Setting add current client IP address to yes will add an entry for your client IP address to the server firewall. That is, whenever somebody is trying to log in, so if I'm trying to log in, my IP address will be added to the firewall, and that will be allowed. So I'll be allowed to access it. Okay, so you can also provide no here, doesn't need this. But again, if you provide yes, other Azure resources can access it. Now coming to connection policy, there are multiple types of connections. Default is directly connecting. So using a client connections originating inside Azure and proxy for all client connections originating outside Azure. So if I'm connecting from an Azure virtual machine within the Azure environment, in that case, it would use a redirect policy. But if I'm trying to connect it from my local PC, it will basically create a proxy for it. And then if you click on proxy, it will automatically create a proxy for all connections which are coming in. It doesn't care if it's from Azure or outside, everything will be proxy. And if you provide redirect, every single thing will be under redirect connection policy. So if you click on this, you would be able to know more about the connection policies, how exactly the redirect policy works, how exactly the proxy policy works. If you want to read more about it, you can just click on learn more and understand everything. If you want to learn more how firewall works, you can click on it and learn more about it. So yeah, so this is mostly it. You don't have to provide anything else in the network security, network part. Then coming to security, a Microsoft Defender is not required. Just click it on not now. You can see, right? You can start a 30-day trial period, but after that it will cost you 1,000 rupees per server per month. It's an expensive tool, but it's a pretty effective tool. But again, it's not required for practice. If you're a company who's trying to secure their data and their databases, then you can go for Microsoft Defender. It's really helpful. And yeah, so you don't have to do or enable anything in the security part. Everything, let it be default only. Additional settings, data source, start with a blank database, or it'll automatically add a sample database to it. And or you can basically select a backup which you already have, and it'll upload the data from backup into the database. I'm just going to go with a sample database so that I could show you that the sample database is available. So when I connect to the database, Adventure Works LT database will be already available. Okay, this is what we are going to do. So next, tags. And here again, this is optional. I'm just going to provide tag SQL DB. Okay, so you can review it once, and yeah, you can review it once. If everything is proper, then you can just click on create. It'll take few seconds to create the starting deployment, and it'll take a minute or two to create the SQL database. And once it's up and running, then you can connect to the SQL database. So how to connect to it from your local PC? So if you have a Mac or a Linux instance, and you will have to have MySQL client installed. So if it is installed, you can just use your regular commands like MySQL, your username, your password. You'll have to provide your password here, and then capital P, port number. So it's an SQL, a regular SQL database. If it's MySQL, then you'll have to go with this. Okay, this is a Microsoft SQL database. Okay, so you can provide the port number, and the host name will be provided here. Okay, so that's how you can connect to a MySQL database. And yeah, so let this be creating. I'll also show you one more thing. Azure database for MySQL servers. So the same thing, but you can create a database for a MySQL server. So what we've created is basically an SQL database. Okay, let me just let it create. So in that same thing, let's create a MySQL database as well. So I'm just going to do the same process. I'm not going to waste any of your time, and provide a name, scalar, db, MySQL1. Currently, this service is not available for your location. What about East US 2? Yeah, it's available over here. Let it be. And I just want the basic one. I'm going to go with the basic one. No. Let the storage be less. Let it be 1 core. So basically, I don't want anything really powerful. Locally redundant is fine. Yep. Okay. So this is a separate service. This is just for MySQL server. MySQL server. Let me just open this. Let me open portal in another one. Yeah, and then yeah, then you provide the administrator username. So it's my username, and you provide password. Next, all our additional settings. I don't want double encryption. It is fine. So now you can just check it and create the Azure database for MySQL servers. Okay, especially for MySQL servers. Now, sorry. So the deployment is succeeded, right? Let me just dismiss this all and go back. SQL databases, and the database is up and running. You can see, right? The database is up and running. The database has a server name as well. Okay, so this particular database, you should connect it to a Windows virtual machine. So in this case, you'll have to connect it to a Windows virtual machine. You cannot connect it to MySQL because this is not a MySQL DB. For example, we can connect it to the query editor. So query, and you'll have to provide the password. Yeah, so it's connected. So now we already have a sample database within this particular database, right? So if I click on tables, tables should be available from the AdventureWorks database. And you can see the AdventureWorks one, it's already available. Okay. And then let's see if there are any views and stored procedures. Yeah, there are certain views and there are system stored procedures. There is not any particular ones created. Okay, so now let's create a query. Let's select count star from sales lt.address, or instead of address, let's provide something else. Customer. Yeah, so there are 847 rows in customer table. So if I just remove the count and run this query again, so you can see it's taking some time to run, right? Yep, and it shows the entire table. It'll show like it's showing 77 rows. Okay, because we'll not be able to scroll the entire thing. But if you open this in basically an SQL server and then connect to this particular database in the SQL server, then you can see everything. This is basically a sample query editor which is provided by Azure, but it's still in preview. It's not completely provided yet, but you can still run certain queries. You can save the query and run it again. Yeah, you can do multiple things using this. And for example, where title equals to Mr. and run this. You can basically select any other query also. You can, let's see this one. Let's show tables. Um, I don't know why it's not running. Select title from, let's see, are there any other, select star from sales.product. And then we'll try to select something specific from this. I think there are a lot of rows. That's why the query is taking a lot of time to run. So it totally depends, because again, it's an online query editor. It'll obviously take some time. If it's a local client, in that case, it'll be a little bit faster than your regular online query editor. You can see this, right? Okay. So now let's see. Yeah. So this just basically shows just the color. Okay, so I just wanted to show you that this is how easy it is to create a database, and you can start querying. For example, you can just start querying using the query editor itself. And if you create a MySQL server, in this case, you can directly connect to the MySQL server from your local terminal. or if you have MySQL client in your Windows PC, you can connect it to from that as well. And also you will have a query editor in that. You can also like create and run queries directly from the Azure portal itself. So other than that, there is nothing else new over here. So this is basically one more basic session which I wanted to cover, and I have successfully shown you how to create a database and how to run queries in it. So then it's pretty easy to delete it. Just click on delete, scale-db1, delete, and that's it. It'll delete the database. Okay, so you had 250 GB of storage. We allocated space was only MB was only 16 MB. One more thing, there's dynamic allocation. So even though the maximum storage size is 250 GB, you won't pay for 250 GB. You only pay for the storage which is being used. For example, if only 2 GB is being used, you'll only pay for that 2 GB. You wouldn't pay for the 250 GB which you have selected, because it will dynamically allocate the storage according to the data which is incoming. Okay, so this is basically it, guys. Thank you for attending this session. Meet you in another basic session.